Oku ikai ano whaka tataua. Oh my love, o whaanga, o whawhonga, whakawata. Koe lile, koe moe lose tu uhe toa. Oku ikai ano whaka tataua. Te vive hiwape, ke ongo ki a te koe. He ilona alelo ai, asi e te ofa wale. Hey girl, I love you. Te uhiwe hiwape, ke ongo ki a te koe. E ilona alelo ai, asi e te ofa wale. Hey girl, I love you. Oh my love, o whaanga, o whawhonga, whakawata. Koe lile, koe moe lose tu uhe toa. Oku ikai ano whaka tataua. Oh my love, o whaanga, o whawhonga, whakawata. Koe lile, koe moe lose tu uhe toa. Oku ikai ano whaka tataua. Te uhiwe hiwape, ke ongo ki a te koe. E ilona alelo ai, asi e te ofa wale. Hey girl, koe lile, koe moe lose tu uhe toa. Oku ikai ano whaka tataua.
Pelei e hokuloto, aki hosino na ko e kumoto. Koe whai angai e te tau lewa whai manako. Na a te whakapapau, me au sila I aki e mooni. Kai aisi ano e teki e atoki pai, me he te si. Elemeni ki oi opa kohoto kakala ki pa itoka. O lausi I tohi ani, ko si e te mata I koloa. O isa te makangito, ka e tupu ai si o to melenga. Ka e tangi si moe losi o whakatapui ke toe e kea ke kuo ke turi mapua mo ke holi ke ta whakatete takaisi i matangini o ne tuume lata o kakani o ana ke toe hanu e koho fo ui pe kuo whai Elito oe ofa ua kanise e kumanatu amana ki tonoa e opa mo oni kuola itau kauni kae mate kuono foniro ia te koe pai a hoku ulotona kau kukepe e tatarite Kisi o hingoa, oi e hani te upepe Pai halawi mahire, mohono kaka ne pakavale Anua koe ia, ka te usi Italia dobe Anua koe ia, ka te usi Italia dobe
Malo ai lau mare ho eki. Wa lele e tonga kotoa pe, o ko mo mea mai I he ngalo pe, ka pe fo ke ngalo e a. Ko ui ni ai le ti o hiku hiku le o te Mounga Maka, whahoa te me Salt Lake City, Utah. Ko au toko mea halai mai tai, ko whakahau whatongia te he whiawhi koe ni. Pea koe he whiawhi pule lulu e ni, aho taha nima o Sanuari, wanoa, wanoa. Koe pule lulu kotoa pe, o ta wanga maheni ai, o ia toko taha te ni heni. Ko ia koe ngahi ko ha ilo o pune mau, ne whiewa vahe mai mo ki tau tolu. Ange koe tau moe polo kalama, koe mahu inga ki tau ilo. Pa koe heni whakataha pia moe toko taha koe ni, ko nui ngoa ko kālani tonga. Ka te tāpeha ki I pui tua ki toko taha koe ni, pea e ko ngā lahi o e mapolo kalama e whakahoka tuia I he lea whapapalangi, ko hia ko toko tahani, ko e hawhekasi, ko e hawhekasi tonga. Pea urea muri pea koe ke lea whakatonga, kai ke koe mea o ku, ka koe ne ilo, o ku mahu inga o pito ia ki tau, ke ne vahe mai mo ki tau tolu, ka te ulau atu hono ki pui tua. Ko kālani ko hawhekasi tonga mo Swedish. She's an artist, an author, ana hiki maia ki sore kini me teksisi I he wafe taha walu. Toko ni mai ni ki whanau, pea aku ngā oi whakataha ia moe kakai whiwhine. A ia koe ngā oi toko taha koe ni, o ku whautohi, she writes a book, she's an author, so she writes books, o ku whautohi, kai pehe foki ki he o toe tā whakatātā. Ka pate mo whatoa ngai mai ai fu whakatātā koe ni ho matua, ko ene tā ia. Mo lahi au pito ngai whakatātā, ka koe whakatātā pini nau whiri mai keu whakaari atu he whiawhi ni. Pea o kutoe ngā au e whokia mo kakai whiwhine koe ni ho tau matakari, ke toko ni I nau tolu ke nau tupulaki I he tawhaaki ko ia o nau wheingai. Pea o toi iai pe mo nau ki kulupu o nau tokoni mai hange koe ka pau kia ha palopalema, koe abuse, pe koe stress, pe koe ngahi mea pe, o kia nau ki kautaha o te lava alo tala noa mo ki nau tolu, ka pau kia hataha te ke, ka pau ke whiwhi o koe fuu whia ma o ke tala noa, mo hataha whawhikau aki mo palopalema o ke whehangahangai mo ia, o ia nau ki kulupu pehe. Ka te tau toi lawe pe ki ai ana iange. Ka go whetari tale rea ki mo tolu he whiawhi koe ni. Thank you everybody for tuning in. This is Hiku Hiku Leo o Mounga Maka or Echoes of the Rockies. I'm here with Kalani Tonga. She's here with us because of something that she knows or she's a part of that she wants to share with us. Let me give you a little bit of a background on her. She's a Hafekasi, which means she's half Tongan and she's half Swedish. That's not what Hafekasi means, but Hafekasi meaning she's half and half. She's an artist, she's an author. She relocated here to Salt Lake City from Texas in 2018. She's a mother of 5 and currently facilitates women peer-to-peer support group for
PICTAR.
For PICTAR. It's a Salt Lake City Pacific Islander nonprofit. Kalani is the literary coordinator for Peau. Peau meaning Pacifica Enriching Arts of Utah, and hosts the Peau Book Club in partnership with the Salt Lake City Public Library, where she highlights the works of Pacific Islander authors. Kalani is currently working on a project called Brave Pacifica Women, a book written for 10 to 14-year-olds, and it features stories about successful Polynesian women. Her artwork reflects what Kalani calls her Hafekasi weirdness and combines traditional Polynesian patterns with non-traditional background colors. If you notice the background that we're using, this is her artwork. That's her artwork that I wanted to show. Amongst other things, she's got other pictures, but I wanted to show that one. In December, Walmart had chose Kalani's work to represent the local community as mural in the Mill Creek location. In fact, that's where I met her. Na aku whanonga tuki he Walmart I koe ni Mill Creek, ain he whanima saute, thereabouts, he hiva isi te, o whetaulake mo toko taha koe ni, o kia e ne whakatata o whapipiki ia I he horisi koe ni Walmart I, koe nai whiria he Walmart I ke ha o ke he nau whare ko loa whamatala ke ne ngāwe. Ka koe tau mua o ne ngāwe, koe ne toko nii, ai hotau kai ngā, especially women, ke nau whakalaka. Something like what I'm doing, right?
Yeah.
Kinda similar.
Yes.
But anyway, kai ngā, this is what she's doing, and when I met her at Walmart and I heard of what she's doing, I wanted to bring her in to the radio so that she could share with us her knowledge. We want to pick her brain because I know she's very smart. But anyway, welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome aboard,
Thank you so
Kalani.
much for having me.
Oh yeah, I'm very excited to have you because Mahuinga ke tau ilo, important to know. Yes, that's the title of this program, and that's what I have on Wednesdays.
Gotcha.
Okay, so every Wednesday I invite someone who could share something with us that will help us, climb the ladder of success.
Yeah.
So I'm very glad that you're here with Hikuikuleo at Maka. We've got a lot of people listening in already. And a lot of the people who's listening are ladies who are also trying to make it. We're here. You're not part of this, but a lot of us migrated, from the islands.
Yeah.
And we come here because we're striving or we're looking for a better way of life, right? Education-wise or work, because, in Tonga, they may have the education, not, they don't have universities and such, but there's only so much work that they can do.
Yeah.
Mainly it's just teaching or at working at a store, or if you don't have your own little business and you don't have a job, it's kind of sad. Of course, in Tonga, they grow their own their plans to eat off of, but still, to get a better job and better education, we had to try to come here to America. So when we come here to America, I wish we would help each other because we know how it feels not to have a lot. So I wish we would help each other more,
Yeah.
Get more. So, excuse me. So welcome.
Thank you.
Tell me a little bit about yourself. Tell me about yourself and what I had explained. Go into a little bit more of that. We'll take it. Well, do a general explanation or what have you,
Okay.
and then we'll take it one group at a time. How's that?
Sure.
Okay.
So my parents, like you said, my dad is Tongan. My dad's name is Lee Tonga, and my mom Her family is Swedish. Her name's Kathy. I was born in California, but we moved to Dallas when I was about 5 years old. And so I didn't really grow up around, I told you I didn't really grow up around a lot of Tongans or, Polynesians. My dad played volleyball, and, all growing up, that was kind of the focus, is that, he wanted me to go to school. And he told me, I can remember when I was probably in 6th grade, he's like, you either need to be smart or athletic, because I don't have money to send you to college, but you have to go. And so
at least he pushed education.
Right. And that was always a focus, even when, even though I went on a volleyball scholarship to college, academics was always really important in my family. And I ended up, it's kind of funny because I went to the University of Utah for 2 years. I played volleyball there. And then my sister decided to play at BYU. And I wanted to play with her, so I transferred. But because of the rules, I couldn't be on an athletic scholarship that first year. So I had to get an academic scholarship.
Okay.
And thank goodness, that had been instilled in me that was important, because I ended up getting an academic scholarship for a year before they switched me back over to volleyball. So, so I have a degree in history. I taught 9th grade for a few years, and then Finau and I had 4 babies in 2 years, and I stopped teaching when all of my babies were born.
4 babies in 2 years?
Yeah.
One of them twins?
So I have twins, and then I have one that's 11 months older and one that's 13 months younger. So I was due in October 3 years in a row, but my twins came in August. That was a lot.
Yeah, I would say so.
But yeah, so I was an athlete. I didn't really ever do a lot of other things until I had all of my kids. And I also have really bad arthritis now, and so I can't really do a lot of athletic things. But I coached. I coached high school volleyball, and I coached club volleyball. And then when...
Here in the Valley?
No, in Texas.
Oh, in Texas.
In Texas, yeah. And then when I had all of my kids, I couldn't really go out a lot because I had
Right.
a 4-seater stroller. It was ridiculous.
Oh, that's too funny.
Yeah, but I started writing, and I started writing for a couple of blogs, and I had some just little articles published, and some pieces of mine were included in different books and things. And through that network of friends, I made some friends that helped me. And it's been about a year. Last January, I edited a book of poetry that was published. And so now I'm working on the other book project that you talked about. So that's kind of, me in a nutshell, I guess, is
Your story?
Yeah.
Well, that's good. We're gonna take a break. We're just gonna play a song.
Okay.
But when we come back, I'm gonna have you talk about being an author.
Okay.
Because that's something that's really different.
Yeah, sounds good.
Malo lava mai Kalapu sila Kivai Salt Lake City, Rambo Tapolosi, Tokyo Kamea, welcome aboard. Lowena Folau Tokotaha, Siasi Eleni Fonua, Moneana Fataua, Kalaphaua, malo lava mai. Paleti Tuivai, Malela Mai. Jake Lagi, so good to see you, Jake. Opatu Kakoe. And Hannon. And Mickey, of course. Adelaide Holani, Mickey Tuima, Joshua Benzini. Fofonga Portland, or Fofoanga Portland, sorry. Heneli of Ahulu Mau, Lavinia Pulu, Opatu Lavinia, Aileen and Noah for Noah. Thank you, Noah, for the support. Saya, Kinepeu Yaki, Malo Lamamai, Leseri, Fangalilo for Noah, Semi Sikuli Pepa, Seni, VIP, Kaupusi, Sione, Laulele Kasi, Sione Tetuani, Sieri Nesi Taupa, Sione Onetakai, Lau Girl Pelemea, Kitione Likua, Potuviso, Siausi Prescott, Opatu Taketa, Kahola Salosi Soakai, Sione Fonua, Finau Tuguaku, Hai Finau, Inglani Takai, George Alan Kua, and all of you who are in there. Una Loto, Simote Mosios Mamata, Malo Mola Kamai. You have people to shout out?
From Texas.
Yeah. Jake says hi. Okay, so we're back and we're welcome back, you guys. Thank you guys for tuning in. I actually am very excited to have Kalani here tonight because there's Marilyn Johnson Mortensen says hi, Kalani.
Oh, hi, Marilyn.
So tell me, Kalani, tell me about what made you interested in writing a book? I mean, was that did you grow up dreaming about that, or was just something that came on accidentally?
I've always really liked writing, and like I said, when my kids were really small, I couldn't go a lot of places, and so that was kind of my outlet, and that was kind of my connection to people, was to be able to write. Growing up where I did, I was in Texas, I was in Dallas, I was not in Euless, which is where most of the Pacific Islanders are. I was in a little town called Allen, and it's a big city now, but when I was there, it was a little town. And, I didn't really ever see any Pacific Islander women in positions of power or positions of, professional positions until I got here for college. And, once I got here, then I saw people, and I realized how many of us there are and how many of us were doing really amazing things. When I got married, we were living back in Texas. We were living in Houston, and I looked around one day and I realized that my kids were going to have the same experience that I did, that there were not very many Polynesians near us, and they were going to grow up without role models that I really felt like were important. You know, I've heard the phrase, if you can see it, you can be it, right? And so if you
That's a
can,
good one.
yeah, if you can see that somebody has done it before you,
Yeah.
then there's no reason why you
Right,
can't do
right,
it, right?
right.
And so, you know, I have a friend, my friend Lindsay, she does a podcast here, and I had talked to her a little bit about, you know, we were just talking, and I said, wouldn't it be great if somebody did a podcast where they had a bunch of Pacific Islander women, which is, you know, what you're doing. But I didn't know that at the time, and I don't think you were doing it at the time. But I just thought, you know, it would be so nice for for me to have a resource where my kids can see women that are successful. And we talked about it, and we kind of just left it at that. And then I was talking to my other friend about this idea, and she said, oh, okay. And she was on her computer, and she said, yeah, tell me some more about it. And I just, you know, I started talking, and I was like, and she's like, oh, what about if it was a book? And I said, oh, yeah, that would be great, because then, you know, everybody can see it, and it would be, you know. Anyway, so at the end of our conversation, she had been, you know, typing on her computer the whole time, and she turned her computer around and pushed it towards me, and she's like, okay, here's your book plan, go do it. And I was, you know, I've always been kind of shy or uncomfortable about kind of where I stand in the Pacific Islander community, because I'm very different from a lot of Pacific Islander women, you know. And I think the longer we're here and the more intermarriage there is, I'm not so different anymore. But for my age group, I was one of a few that I knew that were half,
Different,
you know.
Is that what you
And
meant?
so
Like different?
different meaning, you know, I have friends that can tell me the day that they stopped being allowed to wear shorts, for example, you know, or the day that they stopped being allowed to watch TV with their siblings, right? But that never happened for me, because that's just not how I grew up, you know? Right. And so when I got here to Utah, it was really surprising to me, all of the things that I didn't know, and how not knowing those things made me different in a bad way. And so because of my experience when I came here for college, I was really apprehensive and nervous about just being excited about this and thinking that other people would be excited about it, because I've had things like that kind of blow up in my face where people are like, oh no, we don't do that, you know. And
I know exactly where you're coming from.
Yeah, and so I just was I was worried about that. But my friend, you know, that had turned her computer around, she's like, you know what, if you don't do it, who's going to do it? And she said, you know, I really think you just need to get over that fear. You're old enough now that if people don't like you, it's okay, you know, because you're not 20 anymore. You're
Someone
not
else will
18
like
anymore.
you.
Yeah, and if they don't, and I think that's where I finally had to get to was, and I think a lot of it, like, I think my marriage helped me figure that out. Like, you know what? People don't like how I do things. I have to be okay with that if we're okay with that, you know? And if people don't like, that I don't know things, but also are not willing to teach me, then I have to be okay with them just not liking it, you know? And I have to be willing to make mistakes if I want to grow. Yeah. And I think that was something that was hard for me. And I think, like, even just coming here, this is something that I just decided that I have to do these kinds of things because I want my girls to see that they can, you know? And so, so yeah, that's where the idea for the book came from. I've always loved writing, but I didn't always, like, this was not something that I necessarily planned to do. It was something that just came from, somebody has to do it, it might as well be me, you know?
And that's the good attitude. Because I think, like you had mentioned in the beginning of your story, you were afraid, your fear was being accepted.
Oh, for sure.
into that,
Like, yeah.
into the Polynesian community. So you were afraid because you were finding out. It's like you coming here to Salt Lake was like going to a different country.
Well, see, I think the thing that I didn't understand coming here was that all I had ever been exposed to was positive, all of my life. Because, I had been a successful athlete, and I had, I was different, but not a bad different where I was, and it wasn't until I got here and I realized, oh, people don't like me just because of who I am. Like, that was a surprise to me. And it was a surprise that I wasn't prepared to handle, and I didn't handle very well, and so, like, even just moving back to Utah, I was not excited to come back, but I love it here now because there's a lot of weirdos out there. We're all weird in our own way.
In our own way, yes.
And I think
someone
found,
will always find us.
Yeah, somebody always thinks you're weird, but I've found a group of people to surround myself with that are weird like me. Yeah. And weird, and so we're weird in a good way to each other. Yeah. So it works out.
I find that no matter how hard you try, there's always someone who will hate you.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And like my uncle had said, if you're not an important person, it's not worth gossiping about you.
Right.
So because sometimes our fear stands in our way, and it's I would dare say that it's very typical for a Tongan to fear.
Yeah.
To fear failing.
Yeah, judgment.
But what we don't know, or we don't understand, that failing is part of succeeding, right?
Yeah.
But we don't ever get that. We don't allow that to stick in our mind because we're thinking, no, I'm not going to do it. Like let's say writing a book. No, I'm not going to write the book because nobody's going to buy it, nobody's going to read it, maybe it won't even be published, and then everybody's going to talk about it, which does happen.
Yeah,
I mean, this is
for
reality.
sure.
This is reality. They will talk about it. They go, she thinks she can write a book.
Yeah.
And
I think that's the thing is, like, everyone's always like, that was something that I hadn't realized would happen. Like, oh, she thinks she's better, or she thinks she's special, or, because she's doing this. But really, it's just like, can't we all just do what we want to do? Like,
and the thing is, if like your friend had said, if you don't do it, then who's gonna do it?
Right.
Here's you thinking, oh yeah, someone should write this.
Yeah. Someone.
Why can't it be you?
Yeah.
As she said, why can't it be you? And here's Kalani writing away, and it's done.
Yeah.
But I think that's the biggest thing with our people is that we're afraid. This is the biggest reason I have this program.
I love this. I think you're doing such a good thing. This is the biggest
reason why I have this program, because we have so many people now that are brave enough to start little businesses.
Yeah.
Without being afraid to fail, and I'm sure have failed.
Yeah.
But and some people fail, and then they allow that to keep them down. Like, okay, that was a flop.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do that again. Or they can look at it and say, okay, why did I fail? Maybe because I didn't do this. Maybe because I didn't do that.
Yeah.
Fix it, and let's try it again.
Yeah.
Right? That should be the attitude that we should have, right? Instead of thinking, oh, if I fail, and it's like 80% in me is saying you're gonna fail.
Right.
Instead of, and that 20% just stays there. My biggest influence are the Mexicans.
Mm-hmm.
I sit there where we used to live. We used to live in Rose Park, and we'll sit there on our front porch, and here's the Mexican, a Mexican lady or a guy or kids, and they're dragging their cart around, and they have their chips and their corn, and all the kids run to it because they want to eat some. Mm-hmm. And here they are doing something as simple as that. Gosh, I can do that.
Yeah.
But I won't.
Right. Well, and like, to me, I don't know what your thoughts are, but I feel like I start thinking of all the things like, well, do they need a permit? Do they, like all the different things that could keep me back, and then I don't ever want to like
Oh,
try
I can't
it.
do it because I'm gonna have to have a permit.
Yeah,
I
but
don't know
like
how to
that's
do
the
that.
thing. Like, but that is one thing that I think our people do a really good job of. Is there's so many little businesses, you know, and there's so many people who are trying things. But I think a lot of the time we just don't know that they're doing it because they don't, you know, nobody wants to say anything until it's successful. But it can't be successful if you don't
put
say
it out
anything.
there. Yeah. So you know, like I'm doing to you, like, you know, I bring you in because there's something that we're gonna learn from you, right? So I bring in people in that's from our country that are in a field that we can learn from, right? And then I also bring in people who have small businesses to expose them out there. It's like, come on, this person is like the last guest I had last Thursday. He's a baker, and he uses the Reams bakery. And he bakes such delicious bread. And this is the one on 2700 South and State Street. And he's there. You know, you should go buy his bread. It's so good. He's got bread, he's got rolls, but anyway, this is the kind of things that we can do to help somebody grow, right? So that we can, let's get rid of that fear of failing. And let's get rid of looking like, you're gonna fail. You've never done this before. You don't know math. You know, you can't run a business. You never drawn a stick man. So what makes you think you're gonna be an artist? But look at you.
Right.
You were like thrown into it, and voila. This back here, this thing, she drew it. You know, amongst other things. But tell me about what happened when you wrote a book. So you wrote it, and then you have to publish it, right?
And then you have to publish it. Yeah, I published a book. I edited a book of poetry. So I have a poem in it, but I collected poetry that I ended up publishing in a book. But the reason that they asked me to publish it is because my friend knew that I was, you know, trying to publish this other book. And so she gave me the tools that I need to be able to self-publish. But since that time, I've found that there are lots of Pacific Islanders that are publishing that you don't know about, you know. But through this book club that I've been doing, we've had a couple of different authors come and speak about their books, and, you know, the ones that are local. Michelle Tutupo came and talked about her book, and Lehua Parker came and spoke about her book, and Lehua is actually doing she's publishing other people's stuff now. And so if you have a book idea, I have somebody that could maybe help you with that.
Right.
Yeah.
See, and thinking that there's someone out there who's thinking of writing a book.
Yeah.
Because we all have stories.
And I think that's one of the most important things. So we, at Pictar, we, you know, like you said, I facilitate some of these women's groups, and one of the groups is a women's writing group. And I think, like you said, everybody has a story, and everybody has an interesting story.
Yeah.
You know, like once you get to know people, it's so interesting and inspiring, the things that people have overcome, you know, or the trials that you never knew somebody dealt with, or the similarities that you didn't realize you had with other people, you know. And so I think everybody has a story that everybody has is worth telling.
Everybody has a story that's worth telling, and everybody has a story that's worth reading about, and your story could help someone else's life.
Yeah.
You know, I think if we think of the important things, we just might be motivated enough to step out and do it.
Yeah.
You know, when I was in elementary, we would write stories, you know, and I would have these weird imaginations of a story, but my teacher found it interesting. In fact, one time, and this was fourth grade. I still remember her name. Was Mrs. Dangerfield. I remember her name because I thought the name was really scary. But anyway, she rewrote stories, and then I remember her telling me that her and her friends over the weekend, they read our stories and they thought mine was funny. You know, she printed up, but I never thought of writing, but perhaps I should have,
But
you know.
maybe, and you still
I
can.
could've-
And I think that's one of the great things about writing is you can start it at any age,
Anytime.
you know. And really, the older you are and the more life experiences you have, the more you have to draw from.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Let's
yeah.
not making memories, huh?
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's go on a break and we'll be back and we'll talk about something else.
Okay.
Mary J. Nini Laupua, Kale Aka Wesi, Amelia Mafi, Tine Suluka Pavahai Tine, Siasi Hep, Vaka Meilalo, Nekisia Vaitai. Thank you, One, Cynthia Neva Kaufusi, Aurelia Poata, Pilika Kofu, Kasaleti, Mafatu. And thank you for sharing. George and Sinai Te Aupa, Kari Mafileo, Paul Tahilano, Becky Janbolt, Utoi Kamanu Afimui, Ofa Kiki Erisi Finau, Venta Vaitai, Galoni Maveu, Malo Molava Mai, Malo Lava Mai Palestini, Devita Fatonia Tau, Mona Lisa Feinga. Did you mention Mona Lisa Feinga earlier? Did we talk about Mona Lisa Feinga? Oh no? Just Mona Feinga. Clay Basi, Wendy Gibson. Thank you guys for tuning in. Please share our program. Very important show tonight. Thank you, Letty. Okay, na ai request mai ane nai ke tayang ai fo hiva misali yongi fang maringi ka ke mauia ko ia nai o te haralolunga. Mea niwa vehi kite. Thank you for tuning in, Niwa. Kathy Dion says it's a beautiful backdrop. Leaongo, tui koronga hao, o whaat ka goe leaongo. Kai pehe foki a ofa mano pangai me po hiva minu sila. O whaat ofa, rice mo he noa pau. Whamarot ka ki modolo mono fo i mai tau puro kalama. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you for Kalani for being here to educate us on what it is that she does and to motivate us to doing more than what we're doing, you know? Writing a book, you know, just because I'm talking to you now, it just kind of, now it's kind of
Good. It's in the back of your mind.
Yeah,
Good.
now it's in the back of my mind because like I said, you know, it's funny because I still remember what I wrote about. We were writing about the sun. We were writing about the sun, and I remember saying that would be such a great picture, you know, to be there with the sun, you know, even though it's hot and all that, but it'd be a beautiful picture. And she thought, you got some imagination, you know, but it's funny that I still remember that. Maybe it's a sign. I don't know.
I think it might be.
Yeah, but I think it's good. I mean, it is, you know, I know a lot of our people write, right? They write, but in Tonga, you know, I go to Tonga and there's a bunch of Tongan books that are written, but I've never, but we don't have a lot of authors here in America, you know, but it is something that you can do, you know, it's something that you can do, guys.
And I think,
Kalani
you know,
did it.
especially with the rise of self-publishing, anybody can do it, you know? And I think we have so many important stories to tell, you know, and there's kind of a void where our stories should be, I think, you know? And I think that is changing. You know, there are people that have, you know, that are starting. There's some people that have done it for a long time. And I think that this younger generation, they get it, you know, and they understand that we need our own stories in our own words. And I think that's really important. And I think, you know, another project that I've been thinking of that I would love to work on, or if anybody that's listening wants to work on it or collaborate, I think gathering the stories of those who came here first.
Oh, that would be very, very interesting.
Would be so, it's so important. And I don't, you know, I think there's a lot of people that journal, and so we probably have journals, but I just think it would be really neat if we could have those all somewhere, you know, and the people that came here first, they're not going to be around for a long time now. And so I think if it's going to happen, so, you know, it needs to happen soon. And I think it needs to happen from somebody who has a different skill set than I do, because I don't speak the language. And I think that would be important, you know, but I would love for somebody to do that, you know, but there's,
so too.
That's like one little thing of like a million things that I think that we have stories to share.
Yeah,
you know?
it would be so interesting to learn of how they got here.
Right.
Because
and why
nowadays,
and what, you know.
Yeah, nowadays it's kind of easy. You know, the hardest part now is your fare and your right to come here. You know, the visa.
Yeah.
That's like the hardest thing now. But back then, how to get your fare, you know, and what you had to go through, that would be so interesting.
Wouldn't it? And like,
you know?
My dad, you know, he's told me stories of where, you know, he had never seen running water. And so he just sat and flushed the toilet and watched it go down and come back up, you know, because that was something that he had never seen, you know, and just things like that I think it's so far removed from my generation that has been here and has always known that. You know, and so it would be, I just think there are a lot of stories like that would be really interesting to preserve.
That would be, because, you know, it's funny how you brought that up, the flushing water and the electricity, because my father's story, you know, my father has a very interesting story, but he even though we came here, he didn't forget where he grew up, right? And he didn't want us to forget. So he would take us back. And he would but before he took us back, he went back and he built a bigger home, and he made running water
Yeah.
and electricity. He took generators so it'll run electricity, just because he wanted us to go back. He didn't want us to go back and thought, oh, I'm not gonna go back ever. He doesn't have running water.
Yeah.
Have that attitude. But he wanted us to like the island and not ever forget it. So he sacrificed his life, worked 2 full-time jobs
Yeah.
to get that built so that we don't forget, but stories like that.
Yeah, and I think that's an
stories like
amazing
that.
story too. Like when you think about the expense, how much it costs to go back and forth, just that you were
Yeah.
able to do that,
Yeah.
I think is a
Yeah.
big deal.
I had a nephew of mine last week that came. So One, your story would be really good to read about, because people will read it and they would love it, just like how they loved our program last week. But yeah, everyone has a story to tell, and I think you just have to have the courage to put it down on paper or on a laptop
Yeah.
and push it out, because someone out there, if I always say to my guests when they come, I said, if I've reached at least one person, I've done it.
Yeah, it matters.
Yeah, it matters, because it could change their whole life and their generation.
Yeah.
So one person is all it takes to
Yeah.
keep that ball rolling. Okay, so that's great. So we've covered author, which is so unusual. I've never talked to anybody about writing a book, and now a Tongan, which is really good.
Yeah.
I've never met an author before. So thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
And one of your other things you do, you also draw.
Yeah, well, I paint. I do a
You
little bit of
paint.
drawing. I do a little painting.
You're a painter.
Yeah, I'm a paint. That's what I told you earlier that my dad said, "Oh, don't tell anybody you're an artist. Just say you're a painter, because that could mean that you paint the wall, or
It could be anything.
it could be anything." But yeah. So I've always liked art, but I never was really.
How did you become? So how did you come up with this?
Okay, so this is another thing where I just felt like I needed to overcome my fear, because when I started doing the different, Polynesian designs, I worried that I didn't know all of the background, or that I would put things together that didn't belong together, or do things that were not appropriate and respectful of the tradition.
Like taboo.
Right. And I think what I finally decided is, there's that saying that we do the best we can with what we know, and when we know better, we do better, right? And so I thought, I have to start somewhere.
Right.
I'm going to do the best I can with what I know, and as I learn, I'll do better.
Right,
So, so I started painting last year at this time. By Al, the part of the nonprofit that I work with, we partnered with Art Access downtown, which is an art studio, and they gave us studio time every week. And so, and that's open to everyone, the public. So if anybody ever wants to paint or draw or create, on Monday nights from 6 to 10, it's open, and anybody can participate. And so I started going to those open art nights and painting, and just for fun. And we had a grant called it was a VOCA grant is what it's called, and it was for violence prevention. And part of our VOCA grant said that we needed to do some art therapy, which is kind of, that's what we're doing really, is anytime that you are creating, it's healing, it's soothing.
It
and
is
so,
healing.
and so we hosted the National Pacific Islander Violence Prevention Conference here in Salt Lake. And they asked that anybody that had, and that was last April, and they asked that anybody that had made art during the open art nights, please bring something that they could auction. And so I brought a couple of paintings, and I was really surprised that like people were really excited about my work.
To bid on it.
Yeah. And I
See,
just,
if we
it
just
was
don't know.
the most ridiculous thing to me because, you know, I spent years in school. I spent years, you know, doing all of these different things, trying to be really good at something. And it's like the one thing that I just went and was like, oh, let's just see what happens. That's the thing
That's
that
the
everybody
thing.
likes, right? So it was silly, but also it gave me a little bit of confidence to try,
Yeah.
you know, and there's a lot of really good artists here in Salt Lake.
I'm sure we've
and-
got some artists listening,
Yeah,
you
there's
know, or maybe they don't know it yet
yeah,
that they can do it. But if you have a little bit of interest in it, give it a try.
yeah, and so you know, Ma'afu Suliafu is the one that runs Pe'au, and he was very instrumental in helping me get going. And then I met a lot of just really talented people along the way. And that's one thing that I will say about our Salt Lake art community is that people are very willing to help you. You know, I like
Well, that's-
novice doesn't even start to cover it. I had no idea what I was doing, you know. And my friend Tracy, she's done this for a long time, and she was like, she showed me the way that she exhibits things, you know, and she handed me her little program that had like each piece lined up and a little bit about it, you know, and I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. I did not do that, but but now I know for next
But
time,
yeah, for
you
next
know, and I
time.
think
Like,
that's
you
one
know
of the
better,
things.
you
Yeah,
do better.
when you know better, you do better. Exactly, and so when you know better, you can teach other people how to do
Yes.
it better.
Yes.
And I think that's one
And
thing
so it rolls on.
that
you know?
that in this little area, we're really good at that. You know, I had a lot of people that were very willing to sit with me and show me how to do things, that were very willing to share resources, you know, and the Walmart thing, you know, I came across that because somebody posted it and tagged me, and they were like, you should try that, you know, like, and so I was like, oh, okay, maybe I'll enter something, and then I got it, you know, and
So things were just falling into place.
yeah, things like it really is the most bizarre journey because it was not expected. I've been incredibly blessed to have people who have just been very willing to guide me in the right way, and who have been very supportive of, you know, I think one thing that we also do is we, as a people in general, undervalue our contributions, you know? And so like with art, for example, something that I was taught is, you know what? Put the price on it that you feel comfortable with. You know, if it's your work and you're making something, give it the value that you would value it at. And and the right person will come along to buy it.
Yeah,
you know, and
yeah.
if
because they will value it.
right, and
They
if
would
somebody
value it.
doesn't think it's worth that, then they're not the right person
Right,
for that
right,
piece.
right.
You know, and so that was something that
And that's a good point to bring out.
that I had never, like, because, you know, it's, especially when you're, and I think it's true when you're doing anything that has to do with something very personal to you, that you have to sell, you know, like, it's just really, I don't like to do it, is what I'm trying to say. And I think there's a lot of people out there that that alone would put them off of trying to do it, is
Yeah.
like knowing that you have to
Price
put
it.
a value on.
It's like
the things that you're
self-evaluation at work.
Yeah, yeah. But I really appreciated the way that people just kind of showed me the ropes and showed me that it's okay to have a standard and have a value for what you do. And like they said, the right person will come along that values it.
Right.
And I've found that to be true.
Yeah.
So
I agree with that. I agree with that, because somebody who doesn't know anything about art won't value it. You know,
or they might value it
a lot because they don't know.
Right.
That's true. That's so true.
But I think that was one thing that I had to learn was like, it's okay if my value doesn't match what you value, you know, and it doesn't have to, and that just means that you're not the right person for this, and that's okay.
Yeah.
Like, it's not a reflection on me, which I think is what it's really easy to say, oh, if you don't value this thing that I made, you don't value me. And that, I think that's something that you just have to separate.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh yeah. Yeah. You can't do that.
Yeah.
You can't do that, because that's why you feel like a failure.
Yeah.
When they don't buy it. I knew it.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so true, and that's a very good point to bring out. But let's hear from our sponsor, and then we'll continue.
Ko e whanononga ko te makitonga, me he kautahatonga o whakitonga. E hoa iki mo i kai tonga katoa sore isi. O mau he whanononga tuene te motoro toa, whi awa mo uta tonga e. Ka raki o whakatotonga i ana, o ianga kautaha o nau kore taki, ke whaimatongia maa tonga, o whakapewutaki ki papanga tono, o mau whātu mau kai ngā tono, te ko waka foku i pōua mata o te pāu, whakatoto moana. Ko e tau mahuinga o wanga pehenia, i tonga tapuku, ko e puha malapa, o pāanga i e pitungi au manoho. Ko e puha pāpā, o pāanga i e tongi au kiwanipu. Ki vavau, ko e puha malapa, o pāanga i e hirongi au manoho. Ko e puha pāpā, o pāanga i e whāanga au walonimu. Ko e whangaki ka mamahe, hange ko e talam, kula, piri, o kui kai whao i e pipa. Whakawhititaki hanga tono mai te ki kautau tonga o whapatonga. Kia tonga te mokori i āmone. Ke na koata hono whakaiki, te mono moinga i e mahokinga whakatutu mone. O kutoi lava pe e tonga o whakitonga, o wha te ngāwea o puhu. O te riba pia ke o ati no whuanga, i e mahokinga o whakatutu e mokauki. Ko e puha walu wha, o pānga i e te au whakitonga. Ko e puha wha, o pānga i e walonimu. Whakatanga i angi, o ngese puha e o kutotongi. O tiripa te mo i piki mai o i puha, o i kai totongi ia. Te au kapau koe puha pia a au, kau ka lono ke uka hawa i kau ka hatonga o whakatonga. Te mau ke lela mana pe ke lere atoki o ati no wala, ke uta tae totongi mai a o wala. Ki hao pia maa ngā toa kai ke, ka raki o whakawhiti kaka mai ke kau ka hatonga o whakatonga. Ia tonga pia mokori i āmoni, i whika telefoni walu noa taka, ono taka, noa whārangu walu. Whika telefoni walu noa taka, ono taka, noa whārangu walu. Te ko whakawhiti kaka hana tonga pepe, ia e seta tamani i tonga e. Kene oata, a tōtua kai kiki o whakawhika wata, pia moko o utaka. Whakawhapapa me kau tonga o whakatonga.
And we're back. Le te ohi kukure o Mounga Maka. I'm here with Kalani Tonga. She's been talking to us about being an author and also about being an artist or a painter or being a painter. But mostly what she has done is encourage us to step out of your comfort zone, you know, step out of the box. It's something that you can do. Don't think that you know, some people, oh, you didn't go to school for it, so don't even try it. But no, you just have to have that courage to take that first step. Huh?
Yeah, I think so.
That's good. I know I know some kids that just love to draw. You know, they'll love to draw, but that's all. That's as far as that goes.
Yeah.
You know, but you can. You had mentioned earlier about going somewhere and you can draw. Is it to the library?
Oh, yeah. No, it's called Art Access.
Art Access.
And I will get you the location. It's downtown. But yeah, on Monday nights from 6 to 10, it's just open studio, and you can use all of their supplies. They have paints and paintbrushes and charcoal and all kinds of stuff. The only thing, they don't always have canvases. They have paper, but if you want to paint on a canvas, I would bring one for yourself.
You have to bring one?
But other than that, they have all the supplies you need. They have all kinds of things that you can try.
Is there a fee?
There's no fee.
There's no fee.
There's no
wow,
fee.
What would stop someone?
Yeah.
Nothing, huh?
Yeah.
And you can just go in there and paint away and look at you. You went and painted and
Yeah.
somebody actually auctioned
Yeah.
auctioned on yours. Before we get into the groups that you're a part of, I'm gonna play this song and dedicate it to Simi. I hope he's listening. And this is for him and also the lovely wife too.
Yeah.
His lovely wife.
Si vai
And this is from the island Mamao. For sharing. Shout out to Tuku Taulani, Otolua Tua Talanoa Tohi Latu. Joshua Whitney, Vaya Waske, Kitione Mahe, Kemi Talayai Welu, Keleti Taai, Ke Hokopulu, He Pole Noate, Kuna Konua Malola Mainaki. And happy birthday to Ika. Somebody pass that on to Tuika. Lacey Mia Pahlavi and Emma Hakini Manisa Opat Emma. Leilani Oka de Opat. Inteni Sibom Palu Malo Namamay. Hansen Forsberg, Tupo, Fononga Moete Volopau, Malo Lamay. Vai ko le lea ia nei o atu ia masimi po teki. Ko hia koe tō taha ko ia o ku kau ia he ki kau taha koe ni o ku kau ai te tau kamatatala noa ki ai. Koe Pigstar.
Pictar.
Pictar. Tell us about Pictar.
Okay. So I think I was telling you earlier that it started out that I guess Simi is the one that actually started. He was interested in, I guess he and Susie went and attended a violence prevention conference. And it got him interested in speaking to Tongan men about violence prevention and about domestic violence. And so
Which is something that needs to be addressed.
which is a huge thing that needs to be addressed. And I think you know, I was telling you that I think one of the really important things that they do is that it's men talking to other men about this topic, because it's a very serious topic. It's something that I think a lot of times we there's some shame, you know, associated with it on all sides, you know, and so it's something that it's nice that there's a support system in place that I've personally seen work, you know, where there's times where people they've come and they've been supportive, and then there have been instances where they've had a setback, but they had people to pick them back up, you know, and to I think it's just as important on both sides for people to feel loved and supported, and like there's a way to come back from it, you know. And so that it started out as Kava Talks, which was the men's support group, or, you know, information group.
Which in itself is very difficult, because for one man to talk to another man about it is hard enough. It's even harder if you're Tongan,
right?
You know,
right.
because they won't admit it, and first of all, they won't admit it, and if they do it, they're not going to back down and say that it's wrong.
Right, and I think that's something that I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think he recognized that change had to come from somebody who understood, you know, and you can't talk about something that you don't know to somebody else and expect to have the kind of respect that's required to have an open conversation, which that alone I think is something that's very unique, to hear people talk about their stories of abuse and of like both being abused and being the abuser. Yeah. And I think you know, for me, I have a level of respect for somebody that can say, and, you know, I'm not saying that this is what he did, but I'm saying that I have respect for someone who can say, I did this and it was wrong, you know? And I recognize that, and now I want to help you change it because it's better this way, you know? So it started with that, and then, you know, they realized the women who were in these relationships started coming and saying, hey, is there anything for us? And there wasn't. But then, you know, Susie was like, well, why not? Why can't we do this? And so
if not you, then who?
Right. And so she started putting together these women's groups, and there's one in Provo. The one on Tuesday night is open to to all women. And then the one that I facilitate on Wednesday nights is specifically for Pacific Islander women. And, you know, it started out as kind of a domestic violence support group, but it has really kind of become just a place to come and talk about anything that you're having a hard time with. So like, I would say 80% of the time when it's my turn to talk, I talk about finances because that's something that I struggle with.
Yeah.
But other people come and they have talked about, sexual violence in their home from family members. There's people that have come and talked about homelessness, and we have resources for a lot of different struggles that our community goes through. And so
I think those things are great because a lot of us, it's more of like taboo. You do not talk about that.
For sure.
Especially if it's harassment or sexual, anything that in the home.
Yeah.
They would say, you keep that
keep
on
it in the home.
down low.
Right.
Shame, and I think that's why everything is just so bottled up.
Right.
And I think that's a good word to use.
For sure.
Because that's what we do. That's what we are doing. It's just bottling it up because we don't want to. We don't want to shame. People's going to say your family did this because we do that.
Right.
We do say that. And it's part of the. It's part of that thing that's pushing us down.
Yeah.
And another thing that we need to address, that we always brush it off. I used to do that until now. I'm seeing more and more of it. Is people saying that they're stressed out, that they're depression.
Yeah, depression and anxiety. I think both of those things are things that are very not accepted.
Yes,
as
especially
a real problem. But it's a real problem.
Yeah, we say, like, when somebody says that it's depression and all that, we always think like, stupid.
Yeah.
What is depression?
Pull yourself out of it.
Yeah,
you're fine.
Pull yourself out of it. But maybe that worked before.
Yeah.
But kids nowadays, it's not working for them.
Well, and I think they're dealing with things that people didn't have to deal with.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things out there that I never had to deal with when I was a kid, that I have to be very vigilant about watching what my kids deal with. And I do think that, as we've come to the United States, it's not like we have a village unless we create it, right?
Yes.
And so the ways that maybe our parents used to look out for each other, they're not there for our kids unless we make that happen.
And I think another thing is that people would not bring themselves out there to come and talk about it is confidentiality. They think, oh, if I tell you, the whole world's gonna know,
right? And
then that's just gonna bring shame on us, But how confidential is this?
So that we have like a set of rules. One of them is one mic, one diva, so one person talks at a time. And another one is about confidentiality, where it's take the story but leave the names behind. So like if you want to talk about something that you've heard in the group, it's totally fine, because everybody benefits when we learn from each other, but it's not gossip if you leave the names behind. And so that's something that we luckily haven't had a problem with, really. But I think it's because the people who come are open. You have to come with an open heart and an open mind. And I think that we're in a really interesting place in Salt Lake right now where that's something that is more and more and more common. Like I think I'm 40, and so my generation can kind of see what our parents have taken that works and what our parents brought with them that doesn't work here.
Right.
And there are things that don't work here,
Right.
you know, and so that's something that we can try to work out for our own kids and for ourselves. You know, I think that's something that we have to decide, you know, and that's something that, you know, Finau is much more traditional than I am, and that's something that we go back and forth on all the time is this working for our family, or are we just doing it because that's how it's done, you know? And
Yeah.
you,
It has to
you
be a give
have
and
to
take.
have that open conversation,
Right.
and you have to have that open heart. Like I think that I'm the one that has had to change a lot because I just assumed that my way was right, you know? And I think, you know, everybody comes into
yeah,
a relationship assuming that their way is right. But, you know, because I wasn't really exposed to a lot of the Tongan culture, I think the why behind things is so important,
Yeah.
you know? And if there were a lot of things that I just didn't understand the why, and so I didn't like it, you know, and
Yeah.
it didn't make sense to me, and I didn't want to do it. And that's something that we've had to really give and take on, and that he has had to educate me, you know, this is why we do this. Okay, that makes sense. Let's go ahead and do that.
Yeah.
Or we have the conversation and I say, okay, yes, I understand why, but I don't think that works for us. And I think, you know, not just in a marriage, but in a relationship with the culture here, you have to figure out for yourself, does this really work for us here? Why are we doing this? You know, is it just because that's how it's always been done, or is it because we're preserving something that's important? And there's, you know, and I think that there's a place for, we're just doing it because we did it, you know, and but really, let's look at why. And if it makes sense, and if it's beneficial, you know, even if we don't always understand everything about it, if this is working, let's do it. And if it's not working, let's figure out why.
Why?
You
Yeah.
know? So
But your group.
so our group
So your group, is it just Polynesian people, or do you have people from other countries joining in?
So the Tuesday night group is open to anyone.
And that's where
And the Tuesday night group is at, it's a hospital in West Valley, but it's called Jordan Valley Hospital. Jordan Valley Hospital.
Okay. That's on Tuesdays.
And that's on Tuesday night.
But that's in West Valley.
That's
so
in-
that could throw you off.
That's in
You
West
know,
Valley.
saying
Yeah.
that but it's in West Valley.
And it's open to anyone.
And that's from
then
what time to what time?
It's it starts at 7.
7 p.m.
Yes.
to
No, that's a lie. It starts at sorry. I haven't gone to that one in a long time. I think
Okay.
it's from 5:30
it's
to
in the
7.
evening.
It's
But
in the
it's in the
evening.
evening.
Both of them are in
Okay.
the evening. And
And that's
then
is it just a big classroom, or what's the setting like? You know, for someone who's thinking, oh, maybe I should go check it out. But
yeah.
but nervous about walking
So
into a
it's
room full of people.
Totally normal to be nervous. The attendance varies depending on the night, but it's in like a conference room in the hospital, and you just come in, and usually we have like a check-in, which is you tell your high and low for the week. So something great that happened to you and something that you're struggling with. And then depending on the number of people and how much time we have, then sometimes we'll do like some kind of life skill discussion where we'll talk about depression, and we'll talk about what are some things that you can do personally, what are some resources that, you know, we have. We always have victim advocates that are there, which means if you have been the victim of any kind of crime, we have someone there that will go with you to court and will, you know, walk you through the system, and will just be there as a support system for you. You know, it's sometimes we get people that's the only person that they really have told. about something that's happened to them. And so it's important that that they have somebody there that knows what they're doing, you know, and also is just available to support you.
I think it's very important that they know that if you're going through a problem, there is someone to talk to.
Yeah.
You know, because I know that's a big problem.
Yeah.
That you don't know who to talk to, and for someone who has a problem but don't know which direction to go, you know. But it's good that you have the resources.
Right.
Like for instance, if someone was abused and they want to file a divorce. Okay, where do I start?
Now what?
Where do I start?
Right.
You know, who do I even talk to? Who do I even tell? Are they going to believe me? Are they going to believe him? Or, you know, I know all these things will go through your mind, and then you're going to think,
better not.
Just
I'll just deal with it.
I'll just keep it to myself, which is a big problem.
Yeah.
It is a big problem because our people don't like to talk.
Yeah.
They don't think it's a good thing.
Yeah.
They think it's better if you just keep it to yourself.
Right.
Which is wrong.
Yeah.
Now that we know, you know, it's wrong because the reason why it's wrong because it's gonna eat you up. You know, it's just gonna bother you. It'll just, and you don't know as you grow older, it just might make you go crazier. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think also you miss out on a life that you could have.
You could have had.
You know,
you could have enjoyed.
Yeah.
You know.
And I think if you learn unhealthy habits, you pass those on. You know, you pass those on to your kids, and that's what they see. Yeah. And so, I think it's really important that that especially Polynesian women feel empowered to talk about things like that, and feel like there's a safe space to do that, and feel like they have, you know, one of the things that I think is so great about these groups is that they have just resources available, you know. If you don't have a home, there's a list of places that you know, we struggled, Finau and I struggled because, you know, he's been in prison. And so trying to find somewhere that rents to felons is a challenge, you know, but there's a list of places that are friendly towards those families. And we have a lot of those families, you know, and so just, knowing that that's available, I think it can make you just feel so much relief. And there's a million things like that. You know, we have a list of places where you can go that offer groceries. You know, for every single day of the week, there's a place that you can go if you're hungry and you need to get groceries for your family, because everybody falls on hard times, you know, and like it's not a shameful thing to need help, and I think that's one of the things that we need to do better at, is recognize that needing help is
normal,
a shameful thing.
Okay.
Every single family needs help sometime, you know, and at some point it's gonna be your season to give back, and at some point it's gonna be your season to need help, and if there wasn't anybody that needed help, then there would be nowhere for people who wanted to give, you know? And so it's okay that if this is your season to need help. And I, you know, Finau went to prison when the youngest of my 4 was 2 weeks old. And so I had a 1-year-old, twins that were like 11 months old, and a newborn.
Oh, wow.
And I needed a lot of help. And I really had to learn that lesson that this is my season to receive, because I was humbled and I didn't have a choice, you know? And I tell people, when people are like, oh my gosh, 4 kids in 2 years, how did you do that? And I always tell people, it's amazing what you can do when you don't have a choice. You know, I learned that, oh, you know what? I can go and sit in an office with a whole bunch of people and apply for Medicaid for my kids, you know, which I didn't want to do, but I'll do anything for my kids.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And so, like, that was so humbling to have people speak to me like I'm nothing, you know? Like, I was very well educated. You know, I have a degree. I have, you know, but I had some life circumstances that
Right.
were really hard and I needed some help, and that's okay.
It's okay.
And I think that's something that we don't really talk about as a people. You know, we always want to be independent, but what I've learned is that it's so much more fulfilling to be interdependent, where we can rely on each other,
Right.
and we can give what we have, and we can feel comfortable accepting help when we need it.
Yes. It's good to be independent, but it's also bad.
Yeah.
Because when you're independent, this is my opinion, and it's because I see it.
Mm-hmm.
When you're independent, you don't help anybody,
Yeah.
and you don't let anybody help you,
Right.
because I can do it.
Right.
You know, we have so much pride.
Right.
You know, that's why we don't talk.
Yeah.
You know, someone with your status, with a degree, would never talk about, oh,
Right. But,
you know,
and I think
I
that
had to go.
we have
and
to
ask
talk
for
about
food.
those things.
Because it happens.
Right.
It happens, and it's okay.
And
it's okay.
having anything, you know, having a degree, having a good job, having whatever,
Right.
that's great, but it doesn't prevent life from
Right.
happening.
It doesn't prevent life at
you
all.
know, and life happens.
We've all seen people who has been CEOs of a big, huge, successful company collapse.
Right.
You know, that company collapses, and then they're nowhere.
Right.
You know, then they find themselves in that situation.
Yeah.
And they're thinking, how can, you know, if you didn't have so much pride, you would think, how can I be in this situation? In this situation, I've been to school, I've got so many degrees, I've got this, I've got that. How can I be here?
Yeah.
Life
doesn't
happens.
care.
Yeah. Life deals you cards.
Yeah.
But the thing is, life will deal you a card that you can handle.
Right.
You know, life will not deal you a card that you can't handle.
Yeah.
You know?
But you know what I think is that life will deal you cards that you can't handle by yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to be willing to look outside yourself
Exactly.
for help. Yeah.
Exactly. And I think that's a good thing. So this group that you guys are forming up, that,
Yeah.
you know, if we didn't talk about it, I wouldn't even want to listen, you know,
Yeah.
because to me, I would think, oh, there's no way I'm going to go there.
Yeah.
But see, it's because I didn't know.
Right.
See, what you don't know will hurt you.
Yeah.
You know, they say, what you don't know will hurt you, you know, as like making fun of it, but what you don't know will hurt
It can,
you, because
for sure.
it can hurt you. But something as simple as knowing where to go, talking to who you can talk to,
Yeah.
that would change a person's life.
And it's interesting how it's such a small thing that makes such a big difference.
difference.
You know, like just
Big, huge difference.
being able to have a place where you can just unload, you know, because you do,
Yeah.
like we do. We hold it in and we keep going and we go about our lives and everything is fine, but everything isn't always fine,
No.
you know, and it's okay to not be okay.
It's like, you see the smile on my face? It's painted on.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But that is such a good thing. That is such a good thing to know.
Yeah.
You know? Just like we had talked about earlier, it's good to be independent, but then it's better to let someone help you.
Yeah.
Because then you can help someone else
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah.
You know, that opens up the door for you to, it's okay for you to help someone, you know, just because you're independent. Like something had happened, like one of my cousins was saying, well, why didn't you let us help you? You know, and they go, oh, they do it all themselves. They have all the access, you know, but I said, that's not the point.
Yeah.
The point is us working together. It brings us closer together.
It does.
You know, that's what that is. Whew. Let's go on a break. Le te o hikuhikule o te Mounga Maka, ko i hen whataha pia mo kālani tonga. She's been very informative of the things that we can do, things that you can bring yourself to doing. Malo lava mai a ere alo Ioane, Samson tonga, sa lote tau malolo ti weti. Vala hulu kori, Lisa loa vake, malo lava mai. John Otley, thank you John for tuning in. Ana mo la mo fla mo loa, malo lava mai. Papa Nayata, thank you for tuning in, Papa. Una vea. Sarah Fatogia Tau, thank you Sarah. Sumo Fahina, Policia. Penny, thank you, Policia. Leilani Fato Hamili, who is singing, thank you, Leilani. Malala Maya Luisi Vanisi Balahulu Kori. Thank you for tuning in.
souvenir aqui da ingatan. Eu não fiquei mais no se eco ou favale. Do culo no eco ou se be amalave. Se eu quer se eco bele coa unico ou se
Leilan whatoha viria, nehi wa te hulo wifi, malo e rei ka inga malo, whamalo te ki mo tōna mo, no foi mai tau porokalama. Koe porokalama whako e aho ni mahu inga ke tau ilo. Ko yen whataha pia mo kāla ni tonga, ko tō tāko e ni, o plahe o pito ngahi ta whaaki o kui ai. Lakta noa pe ki he o whautohi, she's an author, pia alumi ai o tā whatata, whatoka ngā iange ai whatata ho matua, koe konga ia o ne uta whatata na o tō mai ke whakari ale ki motore au ni. O toi I he kulupu ngā oi whakatahai pia mo susi, pia mo simi pōteki, ko hi ako ngahi nau toko ni, a kakai koe unau whaingata ia, ka pau ke ki aha mea kai, ka pau ke ki aha whetu ke nofo ai, ka pau ke aha paloparema I ho nofo whakawhamiri, ko e taurunganga whatonga whoki o koe ke sai ki tau tala noa I pe o koe ke ngofua ke tau rea ki o tau ka inga pe ko tōnga ane pe ko tō whiwhine. Ka he kulupu koe ni, ka o kia ha paloparema te ke whie tala noa ki ai o ku ata. Pe koe ha pe paloparema, pe ko finance, pe ko e depression, pe ko e abuse. Whainga mea pe e toki tuku mai ai whika telefoni, te toko atu ngahi polokalama, te lava alu ki ai, o e ngahi whika telefoni, te ke lava tā ki ai, ka o ke whia kai au, ke telefoni ke tā ki ai, ka o ke kia whetu, ke nofo ai, o ke ai telefoni ke tā ki ai. You know, Kalani, my daughter, one of my daughters work for a shelter, and she comes home one day and she says, Mom, there's a Tongan in a shelter, you know, and that's so not us, right? Yeah. Right? So we say,
think, right?
Yeah, so we say, and we think it's so not us. No, we don't have families in the shelter. But she comes home and she says, Mom, there's a Tongan family in the shelter, or there's a Tongan in the shelter, and I would automatically ask, like, find out their names, who's their family, maybe they need us. You know, I already have a full house, but I would always let someone else in. You know, I go, maybe they need us. But that's because I didn't think we have people like that.
Yeah.
You know, but I guess we do. And just like when you had mentioned earlier about the depression and the anxiety. No, what's depression? What's anxiety? Get that out. Get up. You know. But it's real.
Yeah.
It's real, and it's so real that because we don't talk about it, it leads to suicide.
Right.
And that is so scary to even talk about. You know, that is such taboo to even talk about suicidal, you know, being suicidal. But
that's exactly
reality.
why we need to talk about it.
It's reality.
Yeah.
It is real. And some people do commit suicide because of incest, which is hard to say and hard to admit.
Yeah.
But that's reality.
Yeah.
You know, there's reality. And sometimes you do have to talk about it. Otherwise, you're going to break down somewhere.
Yeah. You know, I think one of the things that I've talked about with my own kids is that, you know, if anybody's hurting you, and then you have to be specific about what that means, and that's uncomfortable.
Right.
But
right.
I think, you know, telling my kids, if anybody hurts you, I will believe you. Tell me and I will believe you, you know?
Because that's another thing that they're afraid of. Nobody's going to believe me.
Right.
And that person who's doing this abuse tells them.
We'll tell them. And that's what
Like,
I've said to my
don't
kids,
tell
you know?
anybody.
If
Yeah.
somebody hurts you, they're going to tell you that I won't believe you, or they'll tell you that they're going to hurt you, or they're going to hurt somebody else. But the only way we can help you is if we know,
Yeah.
you know? And I think that that's something that I think every parent wants to believe that they would help their, you know, every parent wants to help their kids. But if you don't explicitly tell them that, kids don't know that. Like, that's not something
Yeah.
that they just automatically know.
Yeah. And sometimes maybe they feel ashamed.
Yeah.
Ashamed to tell.
Yeah, for sure.
I think it is so important. You know, I used to, being younger, I used to watch the talk shows where they have, you know, that topic, you know, and someone will go there and they'll talk about so-and-so did this to them. And I used to sit there and I would think, why would you come and expose your family, you know, to the world, you know? And but that's because that's how I was brought up. You
Right.
do not talk about things like that, you know, taboo. Years later, you do talk about that. That's part of therapy,
Right.
you know, which is so hard, but it's so good to know.
Yeah. And I think it's important also that we say, you know, you don't have to talk about this with everyone, you know,
Right,
and you
right.
don't have to
No.
broadcast this to the world.
No,
But there is a place that you can go if you want to talk
Right.
about it, and a place that has more resources to help you, because you know, trying to deal with that on your own, I can't even, like, I don't have that personal history, so I can't even imagine what it would be like to try to deal with it on your own, you know. But some of the bravest people that I've met here in Utah are people that have spoken out, and have had the bravery and the courage to acknowledge that they need help, you know. And it goes back to what we were just talking about, you know. It's hard to say, I need help with this.
right.
Especially when it's something that you feel ashamed of,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
And so,
Because you think they're gonna think less of me.
yeah, and I think
You
that
know?
that's a real concern, because some people do, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
And one of the things that I've tried to tell just the people that I've interacted with is those people are not as important as what you think about yourself, you know. And so it's hard, especially when those people are people you love and people you trusted,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
who then turn around and blame you, or
Right.
you know, want to say ugly things about you because of something that was really traumatic that happened to you. You know, it's never the abused person's fault. And I think that's something that we have
Yeah.
to really talk about, is that it's not your fault that bad things happen. Like, bad things happen to everybody.
Right.
But you can talk about this and know that there's somebody that's going to believe you and that is not going to judge you for what happened
Yeah.
to you.
I want to read out what Louise, it's Louise or Loise Vanisi.
Louise.
She put, very informative. I was just talking to someone who feels like giving up on life because of being a felon. It has haunted them. Wish this group was in all states. Yeah, because they think they're at the end of the rope. You know,
Yeah. One of the really inspiring things about this group, I think, is that, and I feel like it's okay for me to talk about this because she's talked about it a lot, but, Susie was a felon. And this past summer, they flew her to Washington, D.C., where she received an award from the FBI for her work for domestic violence awareness and helping people, right?
Wow.
And it just goes to show you that you can start from anywhere.
Yes.
And you can change your circumstances.
Yeah. Just because you're a felon doesn't mean you're at the end of it's the end of the road. No.
But it is a really hard road,
Yeah.
and I think that's something that we have to acknowledge is true. And I think that, that's something that I would love to personally see change about the system, because I don't think people need to be punished forever.
Not forever.
And I do think that that's something that it's a
Especially
legitimate
they've done their time.
concern. Right.
They've done their time. It's time to get back, get their life back on the road. I've spoken to someone before who has been a guest of mine who has, who was a felon, but came out while he was in there. He learned to do things,
Yeah.
trades, and because of the things that he learned in there, now he has his own business.
Yeah.
Not pushing everyone to be a felon because you
Right.
can be
No.
successful. But what we're saying is you can still do it.
Yeah, there's a life after that.
There's a life after jail.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think a lot of people know that, but it is hard, like you said. It is hard.
Yeah.
But not hard enough to keep you down.
Yeah.
Right? Not
Yeah.
hard enough to keep you down.
And there are resources for you that are available if you know where to look.
Yes. And if you're not doing it because you don't have the funds, there's resources, right? I mean, this is America, where we have the land of opportunity, and so there's opportunities out there. Don't think you're at the end of your rope. Joanna Brooks, she says hello, and she says poverty is not a crime, and crime driven by poverty should not lead to incarceration. That's so true. That is so true. Thank you, Joanna. Thank you, Joanna, for bringing that up. Hi, Oli Fifita. Congratulations on your son. And all of you guys who are sticking in here, hearing this important information. Kalani's going to give me phone numbers later, and I will start posting them on our page because I do think this is important. Kalani, thank you so much for this.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's so informative. First of all, you motivated us to step out of our comfort zone. You can be an author if you want.
You can.
You can be a painter, an artist if you want. If you need help, it's okay to ask for help. It's okay to admit that you're hungry. It's okay that believe you me, I would admit it so many times because I'm always hungry. Always hungry. I'm going to play one more song and then we'll be back to wrap it up. Are we good with time? Are we still good with time? Okay. Because I think all we need is love.
Little darling, don't you cry no more.
Thank you for tuning in, Teresa Tausinga Siguro, Oli Fita, Ofat Oli, Joanna Brooks. Thank you for your comments, and thank you for making an author out of Kalani. Masifai Longatonga. Got to struggle. Nailini Wang, thank you for tuning in. Taiwan. Sailosi Moangi Amone Malo. Kia whaaki a kakao, te iwinini. Hau lotu kau waka, a ke sakioa, e pe fo ki a misieri fine anga nofo. Malo mo lava mai. Love is all we need. Thank you, Silady, for sharing. In the Hiva'i mai, love is all we need, because I think love is all we need in this world, huh, Kalani?
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely. Kalani, tell us more about the Pictar and the Peao, just in case they didn't understand what I was saying.
Yeah. So Pictar is kind of an umbrella organization that has lots of programs under it. So there's violence prevention, which is the Gava Talks and the women's peer-to-peer support groups. There's another component that is the Business Alliance. We have a Salt Lake Business Alliance that's for our Pacific Islander businesses, and we do like meetups where you can just exchange ideas and get resources.
Oh, that's nice.
That's on the first Thursday of every month, and it's at a different location.
It is for small businesses?
It's for small businesses for Pacific. It's for Pacific Islanders, but anybody can join. And so we have all different kinds of people, you know, and it's really nice that we, you know, usually they introduce, everybody introduces themselves and tells something that they can offer and something that they're looking for, you know, and it's really nice to be able to
feed off
meet
of
up with
really
people
good.
who
Really
have
good.
something to offer that you need,
Yeah.
or that you can offer something,
Right.
you know. And I think the nice thing about networking there is, you know, I'm not really a networking person. I don't really like to meet people. I'm kind of awkward. But the way that it was phrased in this organization is, instead of looking for things that you need, go into each conversation looking for ways that you can help. You know, and if you go into each of the conversations that you have in the Business Alliance looking for ways that you can help, and everybody does that, then it really makes a network that is usable, and you feel connected, you know?
Yeah.
So that's the second part of PICTAR. And then the last one is cultural preservation, which is what PEAO falls under. And so PEAO is our arts and literature piece. And I'm in charge of the literary part. So like I said, we have a women's writing group, and we have a book club. And then for the arts piece, we have the Monday night open art studio. We also do an art exhibit. It's been an exhibit, but this past summer it became a festival. So we it's not just art. We do live performances. We had people selling, like, just small businesses that we had. We have people in our community that make their own beauty products, for example, and so they would sell those kinds of things there. We have people that, make and sell clothing and things like that. So that's part of our art exhibit / festival.
And how often do you have that?
And that's just once a year, but we're working on, we had a Christmas market where anybody that had, it's like a craft fair, but we're working on doing that quarterly, so that
nice.
Once a quarter, because a lot of people, I know you that this is true. There's a lot of women, especially, who make things, and then they only do the little festival season, where they're selling just all the stuff that they make, but we really want it to be sustainable year long, if people want to do that, and so we're working on...
I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, so we're working on doing it quarterly, and if that works out well, then we'll maybe
stretch
do it more often.
I think that's great.
Yeah.
I think that's great, because a lot of us are so crafty.
Yeah.
Yet we keep it
Right.
within ourselves.
Right. I don't understand. Yeah. And
we'll just sell it to friends.
Yeah.
Because we're afraid. We're
it all goes
afraid
back
of
to the
failing.
same thing. But we had this market for Christmas, and almost everybody around me sold out before it was over. We underestimate how valued our products are. And so so that's something that we work on too, is just
That's good, because that's encouraging, because there's a Tongan word called loto-si'i, meaning like, I'll just do 10, because because they think it's embarrassing if nobody takes it,
right,
or if they have to sell one or two. No, but that one or two could roll, could snowball
and
into
that's
something
what I've
different.
found is, like, even if you only sell one or two here, those people are going to tell the people that, like, those are the people that you want,
yes.
And they're going to tell people, because that's kind of what happened with my art, is like, it started small. There were a couple of people that really liked it, and they told people, and they bought things from me. And I was like, really? Let's do this, because why not?
I have a cousin that crochets, and just for fun, she made little mermaid outfits for her little granddaughters that are twins. So she just did it for fun, because she thought it was funny to keep their feet together, But
I'm sure
it was a hit. A lot of people told her they were so cute, but she never thought of, because of the thought that we think that nobody's gonna like it. But, let's be like the Mexicans. Be brave. I mean, you go to Walmart, they're walking around selling their tamales. Why? Because they believe it's a good product. They think you'll like it.
Yeah.
And they'll, here we are, not having the nerves to do that. We're not walking away with $500
right.
like he is.
And I think that's, and I think we can't underestimate
Yeah.
how a little bit
Yeah.
over a long time becomes a lot.
Yeah.
You know, like even if you only sell a little bit here and a little bit there, eventually that's going to pay off.
Yeah. And you know how they used to have a horse pulling coach, what do you call it? Up in
Yeah.
Temple Square. They don't do that anymore.
I didn't even notice
I
that.
don't
You're
even-
right.
Yeah,
I've never
I don't
seen
see
it.
it anymore. But anyway, when I first saw that, I thought the Tongans would be so good at this because they do this back in the
Right.
island.
Yeah.
So they can do this easy, but they won't
Yeah.
because I don't want the other Tongans see me
To see.
do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
But you're not. At the end of the day, you're not walking back home with $200.
Right.
You know, like he is. But anyway, you know, it's little things that could push us back, but we have the resources, like you said, to push us forward.
Yeah.
You know, that's what it's all about. One person pushing one person up. That's
Yeah.
all we need. Instead of being the crab where you
Right.
pull the other person down. That's not what we want to do. This is why I do this, because I see that a lot.
Yeah.
The fear of failing. Because I myself is like that. I have fear in failing.
I think we're all like that,
yeah.
you know?
And I think if we have more programs like this, we'll feel like, okay, I think I'll take that chance. I'll
Yeah.
take that chance. Nobody's gonna know, you know, like, okay, I'll go talk to them. Nobody's gonna know, you know,
Yeah.
or you know, talk to someone who'll lead you to someone. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for
It's
sure.
like, okay, nobody's gonna know that I failed. I'll just get back up and try it again. But so what if they know?
Yeah.
I think if they know that you fail, let them know also that you've succeeded. You use that fail as a stepping stone.
Yeah.
I think that's very important to mention to our people. It's okay to fail.
Yeah.
It
And
is okay to fail.
I think that the times that I've learned the most have been huge failures, you know, and you can choose if it's going to be something that drags you down or something that you learn from and it becomes a stepping stone.
And that's important. You can choose. It's your choice.
Yeah.
It's your choice. It's not mine. I'm not going to tell you, stay down. It's embarrassing. No.
Yeah.
It's, even if I do tell you to stay down, it's your choice to listen to
Yeah.
me or not.
And I think, you know, like, I have failed spectacularly at so many things now. Like, I feel like at this point it's just like one more thing, you know, but you'll never get to that feeling like it's
Yeah.
just one more thing
Yeah.
until you do it once,
Yeah.
you know? And so, yeah, I think it's so important to teach. And I think it's really important. The other thing I think is important is to teach kids that it's okay to
Okay
fail.
to fail. Yes.
Because I think our kids, they feel a lot of unnecessary pressure to be perfect, to do to do everything exactly right. But it's okay if you don't, you know,
Yeah.
like what's going to happen if you don't? You're going to be okay.
You'll still be breathing. You'll
Yeah.
still be walking. You'll still have mom and dad to fall back on.
Yeah.
But that is so true. It's okay to fail. Let people talk if they want to talk. That just means you're important.
Right. I'm
just
going to
means
remember
you're-
that.
It just means you're worth talking about,
Yeah.
right? Right. I think it's a good program. Get me those numbers.
Okay,
'cause I
I
think
will
it's
for sure.
important enough to
Yeah.
share it with our people. I
Yeah.
really do. Thank you guys for tuning in tonight. We're going to let Kalani go, but before she goes, I'm going to have her say just a few more words specifically to you that's listening at this time. That'll help you move along.
I think what I really would want to say is just that it's never too late to start. You know, I learned that by becoming an artist at 39. It was never in my plans. It was never something that I sought out. But I tried it and I was okay at it and people thought it was worth it. And so now that's what I do. And just like it's never too late to start. It's also, there's never a mistake that's too big to overcome. And that's
a
something
good one,
that
too.
I had to learn. You know, I like I said, I've made a lot of really big mistakes, a lot of really visible mistakes. I've been embarrassed. I've been, I've done really well and then been the one that did not do really well, and yeah, just like I said, you can choose to let that do whatever it's going to do. And it's okay to be down for a while. There were some really, really hard times in my life where I wasn't okay. And that's okay to acknowledge, and I think that's something that we don't want to be a part of our story, but I think those are the pieces that have made it, it's like a scar where that part becomes stronger, and it's super painful in the moment, and it can even be super painful later, and that's okay too. But as long as you don't let that be your whole story, then you have more story to tell.
Yes, because here's one thing that I've learned. Something's always popping into my mind. Here's one thing that I learned about our people. It used to be that if you're a girl that stays home all the time and don't go anywhere, you're a good girl.
Right.
And if you're a girl that's like up and out, you're here, you're there, you're doing this, you're doing that, you're not a very good girl, But at the end of the run, who's gonna think back and happy about what their life was?
Yeah.
If you're going to stay home all the time and not do anything because you want to be a good girl, you're not making a lot of memories.
And if that's what you want to do,
if that's what you
okay.
want to do.
If that's really what you want to do, I think there's nothing wrong with that. But yeah, I think...
But there's nothing wrong with being outgoing either.
Right. And I think that's the thing that we need to focus on.
I had an aunt that she had an older sister that was her nature. That was her nature. She didn't like going places. She just wanted to stay home. Her other sisters wanted, when there's a movie in town, they would go see it. But she just didn't want to. It wasn't her to do that. And then when it was time for her to get married, she just got up and went and got married.
Yeah.
She wasn't one that wanted this big shebang, She just wanted to go, get married, come back.
Yeah.
Then she was considered a bad girl.
Right.
Because she just got up and went and got married. When my aunt was telling me this, I thought, in my mind, I thought, no.
Yeah.
That's just her lifestyle.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to get at is that you don't have to do certain things to please people or to prove yourself to people.
And even
Success
if you do all the right things, it only takes one little thing for people to think that you're not a good girl anymore, right?
Like, hence
and so
the
it doesn't.
story.
That's why I feel like that was something that I had to learn the hard way. Is you just have to be who you are, And that was something else that I had a lot of insecurity about because I didn't know things that I was not considered a good girl because I didn't do things right because I didn't know, And I feel like I've said this before, but I felt like it's like walking through a minefield and everybody knows where the mines are, but nobody wants to tell you until you step on it.
Yeah.
And then they want to tell you, but they want to tell you it's because you weren't taught right. You know? Yeah. And so you're a bad person. Yeah. And I finally just had to be like, okay, I guess I'm a bad person to you. Yeah. But I can still go on with my life, And I think...
Yeah, and that's a good thing. To you.
Yeah.
Right? I'm a bad person to you.
Right.
To my real friends, I'm not a bad person. But like you said, to others, it doesn't matter how many good things you're doing. To someone, you'll always have bad things. I saw these little memes of a couple and a donkey. I don't know if you've seen that. It's a couple and a donkey and a pile of woods, of sticks. Mm-hmm. And so they were riding the mule. I guess it's the mule. Mm-hmm. They were riding the mule with the wood. And people are saying, oh my gosh, they're abusing the mule. So they get off. The other picture is they get off and they put the woods on the mule and they're just walking. And people are saying, oh my gosh, I can't believe they're not writing the meal. They're putting the woods on the meal.
Right.
And then so the next picture is nobody's writing the meal. They're both walking with the woods, on their back. And of course, people are saying, there's a meal right
what
there.
Are you doing?
Use the meal, So it's like, you'll never.
Yeah, you can't ever please everyone. Yep, I agree.
Please everyone. So that's the point that we want to put out. You can be, if you can see it, you can do it, right?
If you can see it, you can do it.
Right. Well, thank you, Kalani.
Thank you.
Thank you for your
fun.
time. This was so fun and so informative. When I bring in my people, I think I learn the most.
Yeah.
I bring it for the listeners to learn from, but I learn the most, and I think that's why I enjoy this so much.
I think you're doing a great thing. Thank you for doing it.
But I think our people have so much credentials. I think our people can do so many things.
Yeah.
They just need that push. They just need that motivation. Like, you can do it. Go for it. Like, I never thought about writing a book. I think I'll write a book.
I think you should.
I'm gonna write a book.
Yeah.
Why not?
Why not?
But I think it's a good thing. If we've helped even one person, if we've touched one life out there, I think we've done it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we've done it. Okay, we're going to go back to our sponsor while we take a picture.
Ko e whanongonongo a veuta mi kau tahatonga o Whakitonga. E hoi ki mo kāinga mo tonga toa lo San Francisco, San Jose, Stockton, e pefo ki Sacramento. O ka motoro toa pe o nofo fi mai ki nga area ko e ni. Whakatoko ngā iange o i hena tono e kau tahatonga o Whakitonga, ke whai whatongia mai tonga, ki ona whakahoko whakahanga tono mo uwha, i o mō kāinga i tonga i maunga o pau, mo whakatu i mooni. O e daunga o inga o ku wanga pehenia. Ko tau puha whawha, o pānga ia tō ngau ki manina. O tau puha walawha, o pānga ia o ngau wau noa. Ko tau hai kolo whakamau vete, o nge koe kula, pin, talam. O i kai te whao ia puha, ka taki, ka te whakapitu taki mai ki kau tahatonga o Whakitonga, ki ona whakai i pia mona mauina. Te mauto e lawa pe whoki ki lea atu ki hoa ino whafonga, o piki aku mai ho puha tai to tong. Te whamanatu atu koe piki aku ai tau puha, o tai to tong pe ia. Ia o ngai whia maa mua toi whai ki eke, te kau atu mo o ta, te ke lawa whakawhawhitaki mai ki he kau whawhonga e tonga o Whakitonga, o nau hena tonga ke whaiwhatongia mai tonga. Ki San Francisco mo San Jose, tā raki o whawhawhitaki hake ki ai laisane mai, i he whika telefoni whānoa wau, fitu o ua whawhanoa whā. E koe whika telefoni whānoa walu, whawhaiwa tāhiwa whānima. Ki Stockton i mo Sacramento, ka raki o whawhawhitaki hake ki Ana Maria o Kusi, i he whika telefoni ua noa hiwa, whāua nima fitu walu o whā. Whika telefoni ua noa hiwa, whāua nima fitu walu o whā. E ko whakawhitaki hanga tonu mai peke kau tahatonga o Whakitonga, i e tonga, te mo kōri i a moni, i he whika telefoni walu noa taha, ono no taha, no whāna noa uru, i hanga toi whawhai eki. E a koki mōtoro toa pe i tonga eki o piki apu kawa puha, ka taki o whakawhitaki haki a e se tatamare, i he whika telefoni whitu taha, ni mahiwa taha tōu. E koe whika telefoni walu taha, ni mahiwa taha tōu. Pene ia i tonga ke ne taritari rei koe, mo o tohi whakareifo. Ka taki o whakatotonga i ange, o kui kai e toi ai to tonu make, i ono piki apu o tohi whakareifo i tonga. Whakapapatu me kau tahatonga o Whakitonga.
Kosi o tau whakamoko o lau i kuonga.
Ko e whanongonongo a veuta me Seattle ki tonga eiki. E ho eiki mo e kāinga o Seattle, Washington. Hua i hena tonga e kau tahatonga o Whakitonga ke whai whatongia maha o tau kāinga. E maulama o whakako o whānui siato ki a whainga wheitu upe I tonga eiki I a mahupinga o kumama o whakatu ko. Whakakawanga ian, o doi lava pe e tonga o whakitonga o whakako ho o wha I a pai, eua, o wawau, I he mahupinga o kumatu a kumama a mooi. Ko hono whakaiki whakawhiutaki mai ki a eki aki tupo marohi I he tika telefoni ua ono taha I mahiwa tō taha. Te ho whakawhiutaki mai ka soa ni marohi I he tika telefoni ua ono ni mato walu fitu taha walu noa. Te ho whakawhiutaki hanga tonu mai te ki he kau taha tonga o whakitonga I a tonga te amo koi I a mone I he tika telefoni walu noa taha ono no taha noa whaono walu. Whakapapatu me kau taha tonga o whakitonga.
Okay, so I'm back. Whamalo ki mo tō kai ngā homo no fo I mai tā programa. Okay, so we're back. Whamalo lahi ki a kālani tonga na I heni mo ki tau tolu he aho ni. Ko hea koe polo kalama mahu inga na ne tuku mai ngahi mea na e mahu inga o pito ki tau wako me iai. And big thank you to all those who tuned in, who commented. Malo o pito e aho kawa hakalo malo lava mai. Kalap haua ko likwesi e ni e o atu. E Lois Vanise, malo e lava mai me Missouri. Ko e ngahi telefoni, whika telefoni mo e schedule e toki o mai e kālani, pia te toki o atu ia ka ki motolo. Ka ihe ki I minitsi ko no ku tau mau te tau. Whakahoka tu lewa e tau ngahi requesti. Ko e whaifasi ko ni na o stai ato ane nai ka koe no to request mai pe e kalap haua ke tā e ni mua ai pere e hoploto. Malo lava mai a taina me hawa tuku tau. O te whoki a Penieri o whaka koe. Kau kia mori kwesi tuku I maia. We have just a few minutes left.
Pele I e hoku loto, a ke hosino na ko e kumoto. Ko e pali a ngaia, e te tau lewa pali manako. Na a te whakapapau, me au sila I a ki e mo oni. Kai ai si ano e te ki pe a toki pai, me he te si. Ele me ni ki oi opa koho toka kala ki pa I toka o lau si I topi ani ko si e te mata I koloa au isa te makani to ka e tupu ai si o to melenga ka e tani si I whanawia I e no popaya. Italia tu pe
Malo lava mai a se ini halangahu kai peho ka leo la mori. Thank you Siweli Mounga mo Leilini Weng hono share tau polo kalama.
lile mo e lose o whakatapui ke toe e ea e kuo ke tuli mapua mo ke hori ke ta whakatete takai si I matangini o ne tuku me mato o katani o ana ke toe hanu e koho fo ui pe kuo whai Elito oe ofa ua kaniseri he e kumanatu amana ki tonoa te opa mo oni kuolau I tau kauni ae mate kuono folilo ia te koe mai a hofu ulotona haupu kepe e tatarite Angate uipe o ikisi o hingoa oi e hani te uipe Pai halawi mahi e mohono kakala te pakavale Alua koe ia ka te usi itane atupe Alua koe ia ka te usi itane atupe
Koe pele I hokloto ia, ono requesti mai me haapai masania, me ia kalapaua. Kalapaua ko toka ngatu ki ho o kakakaka I futawana ke tō kai toi whakahela. Malo lava mai a Luti Gallagher. Now Ross, thank you for tuning in. Kai pehe foki ki a Simone tupo o whalahe at ka te koe Simone ki Rino. Malo mua kai ngaha mō no foi mai ta polokalama, pia malo, whamalo te ki mō tolu na mō whanong mai ki polokalama nei whakahoko, mahu inga ki tau ilo. Nei heni pia mō kālani tonga, she informed us in a lot of things. Koe mai, koe whawha o whapita ngahi mea nei lawe mai ki ai. Malo lava mai a Milika Kofu, o whaata koe Milika. Ka te tau hokokat pe tau tāwhasi, ka o lewa ko o se tau taimi, ka ukia haori kuesi, pea tuku I maia ke tātu mai ki mōtolo I he whiawhi koe ni. Koe taimi Solek Sitini, kua hokototonu ai hongo fulu. Koe ahatahani mai no Sanuari, ta ua noa. Happy New Year everybody. Malo lava mai leo la mori. Thank you. Malo no tolo mai hati. Isi o tahua e pakapapa, kotu e ulua na ore mau. E ikai teu hanu pera
kua mahino mai o ta e ofa. Katai whiunga e poko e manatu I mai ko si I he. Ko si e te no whopunga maka pe kai mei he, wai mei he. Katai whiunga ho o amana ki manatu I mai si anga anga ni. E ungo fo I e motuli a ki koe utate ki tahi motami. He I kai teo kanu ke launga. O owe te kinga mai si o kaua. Koe iri he kua mahino mai ho o ta e ofa. He kua mahino mai ho o ta e ofa.
Malo ka tai whiunga e pōko e ono li wes mai e kainga. Ko e tau ngahi whasi e tā tupe o whatatau ki teimina e hū mai e ki loto. Nei ulaki hū mai e fo I hiwa koe ni, pia tau hoko mai ai lea mo o ni ki whakamahina pe ki a Mary J. Ala ova. Pea mo kalapu hawa. Malo lava mai a Sapalani Kauwaka me Santiago. Kai pehe foki ki a Masina Kamoto. Kalapu whenga ola. Malo mua kainga mo. No fo I mai tau polo kalama lavtonga. Malo lava mai. Pea malo lava mai ki mo toloko toa pena. Mo no fo I mai tau ki polo kalama e hawa ni. Ngahi mea maho inga na e tuku mai e kālani mai ki tau tolu. Tēne tau tuku mai ngahi whika telefoni mo e schedule o e ngahi polo kalama ko ia ki tau iloi. Ko lea mo oni e ni hono hiwa e atu ia e Ofa Augustino mei Asteleria.
Oni e lau a e tau ki Kua pe aua a e wafulau Whiu wakiri hoku a tamai Keu ilo pe koe hanai Lo I mata oku ne Wata ia ia ki ilo toni Whaanga Lea mokoni Maia Ka e nunga Sio kulo toni kua ka fo Toni kua ka fo moho haa
Malo na tolo mai hati. Lea mo oni a he wanoa mo ni leiling. Malo la ma se ne mapa.
Mama hika oku Ki meli yepe Teu hanu hoku roto Tani au roto Aho anepo Moi kuroto Eke o mona Aho kule o
Malalava mai a tau tai papani. Pete tau hoko mai ke tau likua sonoko, na mo toki mea mai ni ke lea mo ni ono hiwa atu e ofa Augustino me Asteleria. Pete tau hoko atu ki ono likua ki he likua sonoko na tuku mai a me a milika. Ke ta e ange mua whiwhasi me he huni o whanua malu. Wato ni a bako e milika, ka pe whoki a Emma. Kalapaua, your song coming up next. Malo totai.
Moi siale moi huni oi apikomate.
Oia foki leli.
Kotoni alani e oi poluamate. Sini tuhe popunga siale ualo kaukana ve. Oku ikai siatai mika oku
Malalava mai a tare ki tau e le tio, e ni mafu.
Noa hua e lolongo tu upu o toka matalo. Tangi ai te iko o e malu panatongo.
Oia e ma, ngata pas mai kia.
Ke ama o masalo toli ki ai maka o toka.
Malo tatafu vangi na share. Malo lava mai a ele noa maire.
Tangi ai te I kongo e he malu whangatomu. Le kange kapa o masaru tore ki a maka o toma. Isa e kumale e makukutu ka aisi e tumana.
E hune whanua malo ia hana liku esi mai e milika kofu. O whaat kako e milika, malo ho o liku esi mai. Te tau hoka tueni ki he liku esi hono hoko, mea club haua, me hapai masania. We're gonna pick it up, piki mai. Malo e noa, sione tui pulotu malo lava mai. Whakaloto-loto, ia. Piki ia hai. Malo lava mai a sieri maire. Kai bebe lá. Whakaloto-loto gopau. Welcome aboard, Maka Mahe. Kalapaua.
Sio mai, pea ke piki mai, kaka mai, kata hola.
Ko e piki mai, hanoli ko esi mai mei haapai masani. Ko e liko esi ana tuku mai mea Kalapaua, ngari o ku whakaloto ai whae ai ki whiwhine. William maafu malo lava mai. Kau ki ha mo requesti pe a tuku mai e ke tae atu. Kai mire mo oni. Koia fog lady. Tau lalo mai ia. Keep it up, keep it up. Malo Paya Honoshea, Paya Soane. Thank you for sharing. Thank you, Eddie, for sharing. Ko e salu i whahina e ano hiwa e atu e siale iongi, ko e whaumari e tangata ko wheke. E ka inga koe whanongononga tuin ka ki mō tolu ko ni sole ki e tonga o whakitonga. Mō tolu ko kia ha mō puha ke ave i Februari, ko e puha o ave a tahawalu. Whatonga ngā eange ka inga sole ki pe ko ka inga koe i utani. Ka kuiai ha o puha ke ave ki tonga. E whawholau atu ai e piki e upuha koe a tonga o whakitonga a tahawalu o Februari. Ke mō telefoni pe ki a kōrini. Pe aku kore mai kōrini ke mō risi ange. Hange aikone uhinga. Mō tāngi o reserve a spot i he container. He ko taimi lahi. Pe toki tā mai ko he mominit whao si kua o si whonue ai konteina ia. Pe au kia teime taha ku tā atu ni ihia o tā lātu ke o tā langi whakatoa ke puha ahai kai whakahua te nau puha. Kau ka tak whamole mole o ke pehe ai ngā ue ai tonga o whakitonga. O ku nau alupe o whakatatau ki he ngahi request ko angi ka ki nau tolu. Ko lisi angi ho o puha, pe ko o tā angi o reserve ha o spot, o tā langi e iaha o puha e ave a taha walu, ka nau hanga hiki o hingoa. He koe foi puha pe e fiha e hao i he container, pe koe whawha, pe koe whawalu. Ka pāte ke toki tā mai koe ko o si whonu e container, e tāli lewa ha o puha ki he mahina hoko mai. Ka pāte ke tā mai ko o si whonu e container te nau hiki, there is a waiting list. Te nau hiki peo hingoa, ke tari, koe wike taha ki mua, pea toki whai e piki, e to e telefoni ata kōrini, ke whakapapau i ho o puha. Pea ka pau lewa o ke pehe kohe ke whonu ia, o iau ki a tawa alu te ke whonu ia, e to lewa ho hingoa, ka whakahu mai hingoa, o toko taha koe ko os whonu e ne puha. Ko iai ka inga o iai ko lea tu me he tonga o whakitonga, mo telefoni mai mua o lisi ho mo puha, ko hia ke whakafuafua ki ai uta. Koe whanongonongo ia mei he tonga o whakitonga. Koe taimi koe ni i utaani o ku fu momoko au pito. Koe taimi o inu vai mawhana. Ka inga, kau ke whie mau ha maa ifo whauwhaua. Pea ke mea atu ki Reams he wa fitu sao te i he State Street. O ku iai a tō masitu iono o ku ne tao e maa. Koe tō atu, o koe kua whanonga tala noa ka inga, koe au tonu. O kia e nau mā merie, hange pe koe mā i tonga, pe koe mā ta e merie, o tōra tā sende ni manoa ki e fo i mā. O kia e nau pani, koe nau trei pani, o kia e fo i pani e tō lua, o kutola pe e taha maa au pito. Ka pa o kia i ha o ota, hangi ko ni ka pa o kia ha putu, pe ko ha Māori, pe ko whai aho, pau ke whee ota ha o lau pani, ke unau kore mai ke talange mua aho e ua ki mua. Ko hia ka nau whai e whai ngau e ko ia, ona ka lat pehe ahoni, o kore ange tao i mai ha fo i tō seni pani e hongo fulu, o ku whawale vale ia. Give them at least 2 days, and they will get that order for you. It is so good. You know, I'm not telling you because I heard that it was good, but I've had it myself. He's got the best bread. Go sweet bread, go regular bread. It's $1.50. They have a tray of rolls or bani. It's $32 in a tray, and it's only $14. They also, if he also sells it by smaller than that, it comes in a bag of 8 rolls or bani for $5. He also has pies. Again, now pai siamu. O tola pe e wha. Pati ke lawa pe o tanga mea koe nie ka inga. Ka ke mea ki Reams, ua fitu sao te, he State Street. We've sent some out of state, o se ni ihi ko avika ki nao tolu e pā. E au pe ia. Pea o kunau ifo ia he maa kunau kore mai ke toi oange. Ko iai, you guys go ahead and check it out. It's really good. Ko ke nau keke I site. Ko nau keke I site. Tau wanga maheneng fui taim koe tau kuku ia keke I site o ku ngako tau ni maa tau puang mutol. Ko keke I site ai tangata koe ni, it's not like that. It's so good. So you guys go check it out. Ua fitu sao te, 2700 South and State Street, I he Reams. O mo oni pe o kia o lahi apito ngahi wharikolo Reams I sole kini, but ko Reams koko o kiai ai tangata tonga, o kiai ai mā tonga, mo keke I site, mo pai, mo pani, ma o ia he Reams ko he Wafitu South State Street. 2700 South and State Street is where you will find all these goodies. So go ahead and go check them out. I promise you, you'll love it. Tata hokat ke tau request on hoko. Nei, ia request ke tuku ke mua foi. Fast disco. Leilini Wang. if I could, I would share it with you. It's so good. Samson Tonga. Malo e amu pia toi foki. Share te taporo kalama. Our request line is open. Tuho i mai ho mo request i ka taia kuia. And share the program. Saya fine feu yaki. Malo e lava mai. o ia no atia maki motor he whiawhini. Malo mua ka inga o mō ke no fo i meta porokalama ko taimi i Salt Lake City ko e hongo fulu tolu tolu. A tahani mai no Sanuari, wa afe, ma wanoa. Oko o atu heni ai tali rei, kaki motor ko to ape. Na mono fo i meta porokalama, motor to hufo o mai. April no muka, halo atu ki no muka California, ma halo lava mai. Ko ki motor ko ia na te kosa fuken hono hono tuaki atu ai pani. Ko ki mō tōlu ko ia o ku mō manako ki he kai pulumasima. O ki ai pē pulumasima heni I Soleiki. It's actually in Magna. Ko e whare kai ko ni, ko e taimwha ko e nei wha o tamai ai pulumasima me California. Ka koe taini mi, aho ni, o kulawa pē pulumasima ia o ngahi pē Utani. O ngahi ai Magna, Valunima Whanima West, Magna Main Street. Valunima Whanima West, Magna Main Street. Tēnā o ngahi, o ngahi pulumasima, so you can go and order it. Ka pau te ke order more than 200 pounds, there is a discount. Mention also our name, and you'll get that special discount. Koe nau whika telefoni, walu noa taha, ua nima noa nima taha noa tolu. O koe ke ngata pehe nau pulumasima, ka unau toe iai whuk mo e nau upereti mea kai. Welcome aboard Flower Power, malo e lava mai. They have other foods such as kare, koe ota, koe lusipi, different things, variety. Ka pau te ke mea kiai, ma o hao pereti. Koe nau pereti, o tola pe e taha nima. Koe ifo, and it's really a lot. Koe tola e taha nima, koe ia e mahalo e kai e fo I toko tolu ia. He koe fu mei pulumasima e tolu. If that's all you want, pulumasima, e mao pe pulumasima. Pea moe ufi, moe talo. Pe ka pau ke toi whia mai o kiki kehe, e toi mao pe moia, ai o kiki kehe. Ka pau ke whia mao ke keita, ha o katoanga o whai. Tēnā o lava pe mo nau tolo keita. Pe au iai pe mo e nau website, te ke lava pe o taha mea kai online. Ko iai ka inga koe Pacifica Kitchen ia, koe Polynesian restaurant here in Utah. If you like corned beef, this is the store for you. Their address is 8545 West Magna Main Street in Magna. It's not Main Street, it's Magna Main Street in Magna. 8545 West Magna Main Street. Give them a visit. They only open during the weekend. They only open the weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I think they open in the evening time. They also have a Facebook. Again, now Facebook is called Pacifica Kitchen. Fridays and Sundays, ko 12 p.m. ke 6 p.m. Ko whalai te ia mo sāpate, awa he tahawa, o mapuni he ono. Ko toko nā ki rewa, una wawa pongpongia, una wawa he hongo fulu, tok tāpun he whā. Ko iai, the 801 number I gave you earlier, there's another number. Maybe this is a more updated number. Ko e tolu walu nima, tolu noa walu, walu taha whā. Tolu walu nima, tolu noa walu, walu taha whā. Ke telefonika ki nau tolu, o tāla ke ho ngai whia mau, he ulawa peke nau keita. Again, the address, walu nima whanima West, Magna Main Street, I Magna. Kai hoko atu mua e tau requesti. O requesti na tuku mai ke tai atu mua e kontiki, o e pepe. Welcome aboard, Patrick.
Every time I ask you, big brown eyes show you
And that was Kontiki. Ina hiwa ia tu e Bebe by request. Whamalo at kainga hamono for mai. And for the many requests. Ko e request ni another request. Ono tuku i mai Kalapaua. Ke tai atu mo e whangai lupe malu e fiafi. Malo ko pe pastalungan ni moai. Kliki slatu malo hono share. Yo ane tongi malo lava mai. E pe foki kia sieli nesi taufa. Sia situ po lahi moala malo lava mai. Kapote kumate mo share hangi ko ito. Noi tika to. Malo flower power. You didn't specify color power. Whangai lupe malo e whiawhia no hiwa i atu he e Iongi Brothers. Requesti mai me Kalapaua. Sorry was the wrong version. Kana kai fuki whakamahino i mai Kalapaua. Ka te tau tai atu for request ko ni, and then maybe we'll go back to your version. And here's another request. Older version. Malo lava mai a moua le katua kalau. E pehe foki. Kia le seri na aha foka. Malo lava mai Antigone. A sena moala malo lava mai. Harve nau ki break I pega to ku mai mai. Malo lava mai a Emily Mori Sikmeti. Malo lava mai. Malo, koe whehu uia ki e Makoni, hono hiwa i atu e kalapu mosi. Koe whairiko wai sena o toi tuku mai. Ke tāngi mua hiwa o Viliami. Kumi ai ko i hiwa o Vikuasi mai e Mary Della o Vatonga, my love, my home. Thank you, Flower Power, for sharing. Neo Kuluka, thank you for sharing. Welcome aboard. Goya Maka.
Honga hi a
Maybe it's your tablet and your phone going on at the same time. Kata hokat ke tau. Request hono hoko. Tonga, my love, my home. Sound wave of the Pacific.
Have you ever seen the white sandy beaches shining, wind is blowing against your body, yeah? Have you ever seen the friendly smiles of the friendly people and the women you like, they just don't care? Have you ever felt the tongue and blood flowing in your veins and you just get up and shake your knees?
Tongue and blood.
Darling, come with me, I'll take you there to a place where you have never been. So let us go, 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 go to my home, the friendly islands, Tonga, my love, my home. So let us go. Go, go, go to my home, the friendly islands, Tonga, my love, my home. Have you ever seen the tahines with their long dark hair, go along to the island beach? Have you ever seen the men fight cover every night? Throw a heck on my head, that's how they dream.
Throw a heck on my head.
Ongo niwa, iwa vavau, haabay tonga tapu, tonga katoki ai. So take my hand, we do the tongue and way. Dizzy go, dizzy go, dizzy go, dizzy go all night.
Dizzy go all night.
So let us go.
Sound wave of the Pacific, sound wave of the Pacific. Tonga, my love, my home. Ko li koe sena tuku mai mea. Mary J. Ala ova, koe fo ihi vai anai. Talangi pehe ne moa, ke whanwhanongo mau peki ai. But we're going to take you back. For li koe sena tuku mai ke tau Eva mua, ke kalapo a fitu hata kalaua.
Isi ni wani wata
Malo, koe fui manu pako ia hono hiwai a te kalapu a fitu ha ta kalawa. We're gonna move it up to today's beat. Mona Lisa Ika, Malo Lavamai, another NFL mom. Congratulations, Lisa.
All for you. Went back inside my dream to search for you. Looking like a dream come true. Cause you make my dream come true. Baby, I was stand by you. Cause you are my woman, girl, you was a woman sweet. Come here, Mr. Romantic. Come on, make you feel good, romantic. Cause you are my woman, cause you was a woman sweet. Come here, Mr. Romantic. Come on, make you feel good, romantic.
Maka mahe, kumi ile baya.
Show you. Make we let London know that my baby's so romantic. Oh yeah, baby, let's show them.
Thank you, Flower Power. So Nicolo Malo, Malo Lavamai.
That my baby's so romantic, yo. Ooh, she romantic, yo. So romantic, yo. She feeling like romance, yo. So my baby's so romantic, yo. She romantic, yo. So romantic, yo. She feeling like romance, yo. So my baby's so romantic, yo. Feelings that I have for you, baby boy, you know it's true. Never mind them, cause they just wanna jealous you. They just wanna whip or cause when you put me plus you, it's gonna be unstoppable. Oh, baby, come on over, got a kiss for you. Waiting on you. You know I know what is good for you. I can make your dreams come true. Be a womanly. I could be a woman sweet. Call you Mr. Romantic. See you make me feel good, Mr. Romantic. I could be a womanly. I could be a woman sweet.
Malo Lavamai, Lolo Tui.
See you make me feel good, Mr. Romantic. To show you show them.
Beseri, Pangalilo Fonua, Malo Lavamai.
That my baby so romantic.
Yasi Brown, thank you for tuning in.
Show you. Make we let the whole world know that my baby so romantic. But nobody really knows. Say nobody really knows. Nobody really knows. I want the world to know. Yeah. You was a woman sweet.
As requested, romantic. Ka te tau kolosi mai he ki he requesti ai na tu mai mea make mai. Lolo ka kala te au. O atia maki mo tolu I he whiwhini. Malo akaba. Ko e lolo ka kalatea o I ano requesti mai e maake mahe. E wha maari e tangata ko ia ko wheke. Ka te tau kolosi mai he ke requesti a hawai pe me pangai hapai. Hapai masani I kai to e maari siren. Today style. Ko ia hokawa. Teke ai do. Thank you, Flower Power. Thank you for sharing. Oh, yeah. I kai te toi mari au ia. Na whai ko tutu e pia pakau. Pia toi aru ang utu lau. Marpe usai peke tuku ange atu he. Kata hoko ki he liku e sono hoko. Di tau veri ki ai. Tau ewa ki aha ano.
Eva mai ki haano Haano siki whakalahi ki he lotu moe
He peke ha mea koe li tau veri.
Eva mai ki haano Eva mai ki haano Ki kauhala utano kauhala lalo Eva mai Eva mai Eva mai Eva mai Eva mai ki loto haano
I kato ngā sula, malo e lava mai. Sione tā volo hea, ka te whaka Joe mataere. Malo. Thank you, Ravinia, for sharing. Malo.
Noa
Apiko horewa.
Isa ihe e malata oe amohana Isa e ilala e ofusi pala Hoki hoki moelo waki maunu oi e na toli ai kona o kutaku ke toe e ke a Tau te bantu i e
Ua.
Kofele kuna E taki E taki Lose oi afiko Wawaki moa Nada ahite ikato Andalia masita Lauka anaia Oe kakala iloa Lauka anaia Oe kakala iloa
O whātu puki kula. Tau ewa ki haa ano ia, ano hiwa i atu e tēne lātu. Riku esi mai e Mary J. Ala ova. Ka te tau korosi e ke lolo, ko riku esi ana tuku mai e mi haa pai.
Si vai kolele, e pai si o ata,
Lelingi, nau musio atu o whakatau pasi, Tui haka walu a fungia, malo lava mai. Ana tau whahema, malo lava mai me nusila. Oia ana.
si vai kolele,
Vai a whakapuria, mara o mai. Oia foki leiringi.
topos for life, o kumielo. Si vai kolele, e pai si o ata,
Whakalavetala.
o pala
le vela vava o li koe siana tuku mai a me he kau haapai ke tae atu ia. It's happy hour, everybody. Kau hali kuesi, put it in because it's happy hour. Pe o whamalo o mai me fu o wawa. Valeti tu po malo lava mai ka te he foki kia masaleti malo e alu pia toi foki. No lini finau vai Nicolo malo e tau mai fiafini. Kainga, it's happy hour. So whatever few songs we have, we're gonna play it right now. But for you back on ya, o tia Maka power.
Koe
hau ko i lole Ka ko a pete ke tali ai a si e kukole Ke ua ki mo usio atu ki e te koe Ta ahine ai mai hao lau E kukuro a tapu A e kuto kangatu
Okay, Leilini.
Ta ahine ai mai ke pau Pete ke opa iau Kau toi kumi kumi atu Ta ahine te ule a peke mai Ayanga e opa mo e kumanako Opo isinga na wale ai a puloto Opo isinga na I isi o mai mo a pe ai ki kaso E na e puolo a pe a e kuto kangatu Una loto isi o kakatu E opu o mo pe a u isi o kumafu Wala, wala la Asi o poponga wale au me manatu Ta ahine ai mai haorau E kukuro a tapu A e kuto kangatu Ta ahine ai mai te pau Pete ke opa iau Kau toi kumi kumi atu Mai kau pana ki a koe A koe hau ko i lole Kako a kete ke tali ai a si e kore Ke ui mo sio a ki e te koe E nana te kuro pe a te kokanatu O e kuna loto ki si e te kaku E a kuro pe a u ki si e kumaku A si e koma le a u manatu Ta ahine ai mai haorau E kukuro a tapu A e kokanatu Ta ahine ai mai pau Pete ke opa iau Kata kumi kumi atu Ta ahine ai mai haorau E kukuro a tapu A e kokanatu Ta ahine ai mai pau Pete ke opa iau Kata kumi kumi atu Ta ahine ai mai haorau E kukuro a tapu A e kokanatu Ta ahine ai mai pau
Tahine ai mai haolau. Pea ai ke pau. Na atia maa kalapaua. Hapai masania. Kana request mai e Lady Wengi mahalo ko ne hela ia he disco. Ke tā ia tupua hawhai fasi hula hula. Ko ia e Lady Wengi. O atu nia maau. Pea moho koa. Pika whaiva. Malo e lava mai. Welcome aboard. And thank you for sharing. Viola, 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 Viola.
Stefano Motalano Awi
for sharing. Peonga peho o kore mai ana mo e ne tae atu. Maka hoko walu mo e riku ngā wari. Piri ka whehoa. Sei ni VIP ka fusi malo e halu bea te whoki. Mari e lete. Oh, Fanta J, baby. Malo, matangi ne la paia hono hiwa e atu ia e tanunga popo pe ko si o pe ofa pe he fu ofa wako whai mea lava. Malo e lava mai a whia mo e loto mumui. Malo ai alu pe ato e foki e ka inga ko e taimi i sole sitini ko e taha taha tolu tolu. Aho taha ni mai no sanuari ua noa. O ko ata whakamalo ka ki motolu ko hia ko mo nofo i mai tau polo kalama. O ngahi tala noa lelei ko toa pena mo whakahoko i lotoni. Ai tau te whitu ka ki motolu na mo share e tau polo kalama. Whamalo lahi ki a kālani tonga na i heni mo ki tau tolu he aho ni. Kahi mea ko toa pena ni whamatala mai ofa na i ao kaya ki a taha. Ai whanongo mai he whiawhini. All kind of resources available to us all. Thank you everybody for tuning in. Kia hiku hiku leo o te Mounga Maka or Echoes of the Rockies. Rich Moala, malo lava mai. O ki motolu ko toa pe, o mo i lotoni, o ko te toa malo ka ki motolu. Koe whakawhi a te pe ki motolu ki a pongi, ke tau polo kalama pongi na. Koe once upon a time, pia mo Paula Moa o Siweli Mounga, a pongi a. Aho to apule lulu, aho taha no o sanuari. O ko atu ai o whalahi ka ki motolu, pia mo e whakamalo loto honga mo oni. Atawa nge pe ke tapa ki motolu he eki, ke hoko atu ai pe e tau whiohi i he whiofo whani, pia mo e fia. Malo ho mo mea mai, ka mo mea tua eki o whātu.